of the City of Petaluma City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency. This on May 10th, this is our annual budget workshop, and we will have the clerk do roll call.
Barrett.
Here.
Barnacle.
Here.
Fisher.
Here.
Healy.
Here.
King.
Here.
McDonald.
Here.
Kosake.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you very much. And now for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. So now I'm going to turn over the workshop to our Finance Director, Corey Garbarolio.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett. Let me just share my screen. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, City Council members, Mayor Barrett. Again, we are happy and pleased to be here this evening to present the 21-22 budget. Peggy, our City Manager, will start us off with City Manager comments, and then we'll continue with the agenda for this evening.
Thank you, Corey, Mayor, City Council, Petaluma community, and our city staff. Before you tonight is an effort that began last fall and is the result of our entire city leadership team working together to develop a thoughtful, holistic policy document reflecting a city that truly is risen from the ashes and rebuilding itself while remaining agile and creative and responding to a changing and uncertain environment and responding to our community's needs with a focused eye on our future. It's balanced in so many ways. We're responsive while being fiscally responsible. We begin to address the decades of disinvestment while deploying resources to position us for a promising future. We are evaluating everything through the lens of climate and equity and are strengthening our investment in our community for the first time in decades, as well as in our staff who deliver these essential services. For some, it'll be your first time reviewing our budget, and for others, it'll seem like the first time because this is truly a budget like no other we've produced in the past. It tees up a vibrant, vital Petaluma that leads, which will take time and patience to realize. I promise you though, as it has been for the last 2 years, our journey together will produce meaningful and lasting results for generations of Petalumans to come. I want to give a big shout out and thanks and gratitude to our departments, and especially to our finance staff led by our Finance Director, Corey Garbarolio, for all of their work in developing the single most important policy document for our city and for our residents. And for the community to follow along or drill down into our $256.5 million budget, please go to cityofpetaluma.org/budget or go to our homepage and click on Hot Topics and the budget will come up. And with that, I'm going to pass it back off to Corey. Take it away. Thank you.
Thanks, Peggy. Okay, so we'll just start off with what tonight's agenda looks like. I'll go over the annual budget process. We'll talk about the timeline and the guidelines issued for this year's budget preparation. I'll provide a COVID-19 financial impact update. We'll go over all funds, all city funds, budget overview, so very high level overview. That will be followed by a general funds budget overview. We will have departmental budget overviews after the larger general fund section. And then we'll go into the CIP budget, and the CIP staff will present those project budgets. And then finally, we'll have time for some more questions and answers. We'll have time throughout the presentation, but we'll have time at the end as well.
And Corey, this is the mayor. I'm going to interrupt you. I think everybody on staff and certainly the council know that CIP means capital improvement projects or programs. And, but this is going to be difficult for many people in the public. And so I think the fewer acronyms we use would be better, or when we do use them, if we could say what they mean at the beginning, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder. Thank you. So our annual budget process began last November. It's about a 7 to 8 month process, follows a very tight timeline with delivery of the budget document to City Council annually by the first meeting in May. So this budget was delivered last Monday night. The process includes developing a capital improvement plan and updating the financial forecast, which helps provide those budget guidelines to the departments as we're creating departmental budgets. Our goals and priorities are identified and they are incorporated into the final budget document. The budget is continually monitored throughout the year. So not only do we spend 7 to 8 months to create the new budget, we continually monitor it as the year progresses. We come back with at least 3 quarterly budget adjustments to council, as well as the general fund financial forecast. So a little on the COVID impacts that we are continuing to realize. Unfortunately, both the city and the community continue to be impacted by this ongoing pandemic. Since last March, we have worked tirelessly to assist the community through various programs. Shown on the presentation is just a few, but important programs. The free range program provided streamlined permits for outdoor spaces for dining. We have suspended fee increases for our utility fees. We've worked with numerous customers to design payment plans that work. And we also issued a small business loan program for businesses in the community. The city's revenues in fiscal 22 and in the out years of the forecast are expected to continue to be impacted and be below those pre-COVID levels. This is not any different than what we were expecting last year and what we brought forward. And you can see here for the general fund, those revenue categories that are impacted are sales tax, business license, and permits and fees. In fiscal year 20, we estimated just about 1.3 million in just sales tax losses. Our total general fund revenue losses were about 1.6 million. We came within 3% of that estimate. So I'm confident that our estimates looking out into the current fiscal year, so fiscal year 21 and in fiscal year 22, are good estimates. But you can see when all of the losses are combined for the general fund, the total is about 4.9 million. And the majority of that is due to sales tax. So it's just comparing where we would have been had COVID not impacted us and where we are today. And we continue to work with the sales tax consultant to refine these estimates, as well as looking at past trends during the recession and our current business structure in Petaluma. The TOT fund has also experienced significant losses fiscal year 20. So that was, again, fiscal year 20 was only from March until June. So it was only for 1 quarter, but because of the immediate lockdown and the drastic reduction in spending and tourism, those impacts were significant. So for the transient occupancy tax fund, and that's realizing about a $900,000 loss in 20, another $500,000 in 21, and in 22, another $400,000. So all of these revenue losses for fiscal year 22 have been incorporated into the budget document that we're reviewing tonight. So, and just a reminder, this situation continues to be challenging. This hasn't been an easy forecasting effort. And so while we are attempting to get as close to as possible what we recognize our revenue losses could be, What we realize could be slightly different, but we continue to monitor it as the year progresses. And the American Rescue Plan, recently passed by Congress, is expected to bring additional funding to the city. The details of the program, I believe, maybe were just released within the past couple of days. But due to the timing, we just aren't sure exactly what will be allowed under that plan. And so we'll be coming back to council with more on an investment plan as soon as we're made aware of what those details are. So part of the annual budget process includes identifying available resources while maintaining fiscal responsibility and bringing forward a balanced budget. All of the departments were required to submit a flat budget with no additional increases built in, which really represents the baseline of needs. Only those requests necessary for ongoing operations were approved. Goals and initiatives, including climate action goals, were identified and implemented into the proposed budget. Given that our needs do far outweigh our available resources, we must still balance the need with available resources going forward. So while Measure U does provide significant resources, it is a finite source. The most critical needs should continue to be prioritized and addressed. So we'll start out with the citywide revenues. This is looking at all funds for the city. We have about $256.5 million citywide budget, which is funded by $228.6 million in revenues. That difference of $27.9 million comes from accumulated fund reserves in the various funds that will be used for projects this year. General fund revenues account for about 26% of the overall city revenues. That's taxes, fees, intergovernmental revenue. And there's more on that. We'll be discussing that in more detail within the next few slides. Measure U is the new locally controlled sales tax revenues. It does account for about 6% of the overall total. Utility funds are a significant portion of our revenues, about 25%, and that's coming from rates and connection fees. Capital projects are about 21%. That's transfers from utilities and special revenue funds, such as impact fees. That fund capital projects. Special revenue funds account for about 12%. That's largely impact fees, gas tax, as well as Measure M for parks. And the enterprise funds are coming also from fees and charges, and that's airport, marina, transit, those types of funds. And then lastly, our internal service and successor agency funds make up the remaining 6% of the overall revenue total. So our citywide expenditures for fiscal year 21-22 are $256.5 million. Utilities make up the largest portion of the expenditure budget at about 25%. That's water, wastewater, and stormwater. The general fund is about 24%. That accounts for general government services, which includes public safety, parks and recreation, and public works, just to name a few. Measure U is about 5% and supports workforce stabilization in the general fund, as well as infrastructure investment and priority initiatives. Capital projects are about 21%. Special revenues are about 15%. Enterprise and internal service funds make up the remainder of about 10%. So we'll start out with more of a in-depth discussion about general fund and general fund revenues. We have revenues in the general fund of about $61.4 million budgeted for 22. That's about $8 million or 15% increase over the revised 21 budget. The majority of the increase you can see is from the new Measure U sales tax coming in to bolster existing programs and fund workforce stabilization. The other increases up just slightly continue to incorporate reductions that I discussed that are resulting from the pandemic. So we are incorporating reductions of about $1.3 million in 22. We are seeing recovery occurring as we emerge out of the pandemic, but our revenues remain below the pre-COVID levels. And so these lasting impacts are expected, like I mentioned. Property taxes represent about a change of 3% in the overall property tax figures. This is based on information that is coming from Sonoma County assessor, as well as truing up for the residual payment resulting from the dissolution of the redevelopment agency. It includes an adjustment for continued assessed valuation growth, and also accounts for an estimated growth due to current development projects. COVID has not impacted property tax, so we are currently not incorporating any reductions into the budget for that, for the COVID impacts at this time. Sales taxes represent about 22% of the overall general fund revenues. We are projecting a total increase of about 5.6%. This does incorporate most recent sales tax forecast provided by the city sales tax consultant, but also includes those impacts that I discussed resulting from COVID of about $850,000 in 22. We are seeing recovery, and that is driving that increase in the overall amount. But again, it just remains below where we were previously. Those estimated losses that we are incorporating are based on various sectors of sales tax, to include mainly auto sales, restaurants and hospitality, as well as retail. We are factoring in those losses based also on analyzing historical trends. Other categories such as tax generated by online sales and construction have continued to actually show increases, so no reductions have been incorporated in those categories, and it's expected that some of that is driven by spending patterns that have changed during the pandemic that are likely to continue. Business license revenues will remain flat with no growth anticipated, and we continue to show slight reductions compared to pre-COVID levels. So we're down about 150,000. That's was incorporated in 21, and that's why we're keeping it flat for 22. We are expecting a recovery. We're just being cautious due to what we're seeing in 21 revenues. So again, we're just keeping that category flat. Property transfer tax category has shown strong growth over the past year, and that is expected into 22. An increase of about 173,000 or 17% is included. This is representative of both a realigning to actual revenues received over the past several years, and a strong housing market. So despite the unemployment rates remaining elevated, housing sales have remained strong, leading to increased revenues in this category. Franchise fees estimated to be up slightly compared to 21. Permits and fees are virtually flat, up about 30,000, driven by an increase in activity due to post-COVID or COVID recovery. Investment earnings and rent are expected to remain flat due to continued low interest rates, and we have a slight reduction of 60,000, which is the result of an amended lease that occurred during fiscal year 21. The intergovernmental revenues are revenues that are coming in from other government agencies and are largely made up of the motor vehicle in lieu revenue. So that's estimated to grow just slightly in 22. Charges for services are representative of largely of our ambulance transport fees that are in that category, as well as our intergovernmental fees, which support all of the support departments and our internal service funds. So we have seen a slight increase in ambulance transports, which is driving that increase as well in that category. Our transient occupancy tax, that's TOT, transient occupancy tax transfers, are down about 66,000, and this is mainly due to a non-recurring transfer for a capital item that was budgeted in 21 that's not being rebudgeted in 22. And this is a category that historically the transfers to the general fund have been slightly higher than what you're seeing here, but because of COVID and because of the losses, we backed off on the transfer. We're maintaining it where it is, and we continue to watch those revenues as we progress through the year. Measure U funds are the new sales tax revenues that are coming into the general fund from the Measure U fund. These new revenues will be tracked in their own separate fund. They'll be maintained in that fund, and funds will be transferred out of that fund to where the cost resides. So what you're seeing here coming into the general fund from the Measure U fund are monies to cover workforce stabilization, as well as that past historical deficit that we've discussed. So any revenues that exceed our expectations for Measure U will remain in the Measure U fund and be available for next year's appropriations. And the transfers from designated reserves are down due to less coming in to cover compensation, as well as artificial turf replacement and the general plan. So funds in this category were set aside over the past several years to fund compensation to assist with the rising cost and compensation through the fiscal year 21. And there was also fees set aside that we collected for the general plan, as well as the turf replacement. And so as we work with those programs and projects, the funds are released to cover the costs that are included in the general fund as well. So again, our overall revenues are up about a little over 8 million, or about 15% over the revised 21 budget. So this is a chart of the general fund revenues by type. Again, 61.4 million. Taxes generate most of the revenues at about 51%. And if you add the transfers in from Measure U that are also sales tax, you add those together, that's about 64% of our overall revenues in the general fund that are sales tax related. Our charges for services represent about 15%, and our intergovernmental making up about 11% of revenues. The other smaller miscellaneous categories making up the remainder. Here's another chart for general fund revenues, specifically for tax revenues, which represent about 31.2 million of the general fund revenue total. Sales tax is the largest revenue source, generating about 64%, which is what I discussed on the last slide. Again, this sales tax here is only representative of everything excluding Measure U. So if we were to add Measure U in here, that percentage of sales tax jumps up. Our property tax is the second largest category at about 38% of general fund tax revenues. And then some of the other smaller categories that you're seeing here, property transfer tax, business license, franchise fees, generate the remaining portion of tax revenues. So now we'll switch over and talk about the general fund expenditures. The general fund expenditure budget is about 62.1 million, an overall increase of about 6.8 million, or 12.4%. The majority of the general fund budget, around 80%, supports staffing costs, which are necessary to deliver the services to the community. We have an increase in the salaries line, which reflects routine step advancements, and increase in part-time and overtime salaries, as well as costs associated mainly with the workforce stabilization, which we'll discuss in detail in the next few slides. Benefits reflect PERS rate increases and also include workforce stabilization. We're also continuing to see increases in workers' compensation, slight increases in health insurance, and employee benefit selection. So those are all the items that are driving that increase in that benefits category. Services and supplies reflect all supplies and professional contracted costs that support the services provided by the general fund departments. And that's up about 593,000, or 8.7%. And primarily reflect, again, an increase for workforce stabilization, to bolster the community development department and the service that they provide, and the increase in demand that they've seen. Also driving this increase is additional funding for employee training and education, as well as additional funding in the Parks Department for urban canopy maintenance, organic weed abatement, and green custodial services. Our intragovernmental charges are charges that support the cost of internal service functions such as IT or information technology and risk management. So this category is up due to the reinstatement of risk management charges in the fiscal 22 budget. You'll hear me refer to this over the next, within the next slide several times, but as you might recall, part of last year's budget balancing strategy included implementing a rate holiday for the risk management fund, which means that we did not charge for the various funds for that service. That was a one-time, one-year rate holiday, unsustainable in the long term. And so in order to have funds sufficient to cover that service, we need to charge that back out to all the funds. So you're going to see an increase in all the various departments for risk management. Capital costs are up and do represent the cost of police department radio replacement and equipment to process crime scenes and crisis response, which we'll talk about later again. Transfers out include funds for costs associated with managing storm drain operations, as well as transfers to the CIP funds for both the general plan and the artificial turf replacement. Also included is the transfer of $300,000 for vehicle replacement for governmental vehicle purchases. So again, overall expenditures up by about $6.8 million or 12.4% over the revised 21 budget. So this is the same expenditure information but presented by department and shows the total change by department. I'm going to get into some kind of detail, so bear with me while I go through this slide. We'll start up at the top, our transfers. Our transfers represent funds for, again, stormwater operations, general plan, turf replacement. They're funded by designated reserves, and those funds are transferred from designated reserves into the general fund to fund this cost. The total transfers have seen a slight decrease due to less transfers out to fund artificial turf replacement and the general plan. So slightly less is planning to be spent in 22 compared to 21. So that's driving that decrease you're seeing in the transfer line. City Council's department budget is up slightly due to council benefit selection. Each employee throughout the city has an option to choose health benefits or a medical cashback, and there's a difference in the cost for those options. So that's going to be something that you're going to see throughout all the departments as well. City Attorney's Department is up slightly. Salaries and benefits are down due to a newly filled position budgeted at a lower step, but those savings are offset by increased risk management charges, which we just discussed. City Clerk's department budget is up and primarily reflects a full year of the revised salary range for the city clerk, and also includes those increased risk management charges. The city manager's budget is slightly down, and that primarily reflects the elimination of contracted services that were previously budgeted in 21 for fiscal and organizational sustainability that are not being rebudgeted in 22. And again, that department is also seeing increases for the risk management charges. Economic development, a similar reasoning for the decrease is due to the elimination of one-time non-recurring costs that are related to fiscal sustainability efforts. The Human Resources Department is up, and that is due to increased salary and benefit costs for one position going full-time from part-time. And there's also increased funds for labor relations and employee education and training. The non-departmental budget that you're seeing here is where workforce stabilization costs are for the general fund. And so the way that the budget works for workforce stabilization is the funds are held in the non-departmental cost center. And as the year progresses and as the classification and compensation is confirmed and finalized through council action, then we will move those budgets to where the costs reside. So they'll be spread throughout the general fund and all of the various departments you're seeing here. That as of right now, they are currently sitting in non-departmental until we get more finalized information. And just as a reminder, workforce stabilization does include core staffing as well as class and comp and cost of living adjustments. And also included here, besides just those three items, are our separation costs that we budget for annually. When employees separate, we're required to pay out vacation banks and things of that nature. So we do budget for that, as well as the animal services contract. And the $125,000 recruitment and retention program that we established last year for the police department continues to be budgeted in this cost center as well. Finance department is up, and that is due to routine step advancements as well as costs related to the employee benefit selections and risk management charges. Planning department's budget is up, and that is for workforce stabilization to bolster the planning services and meet increased demand. And also we are expecting a slight increase in cost recovery activity in 22, which is directly offset by increased revenues. Fire is up about 4.3% or $730,000. This is due to increased overtime to really align it with our recent history. Our overtime has been higher than we anticipated in the last couple years. So we're just realigning that to what we expect to occur in 22, as well as increased retirement costs and workers' compensation. Parks and Recreation, their budget is up. That is due to an additional parks maintenance position needed and included in 22 to maintain parks, and that's funded by the Prince Park Trust Fund. Also included is increased part-time to bring part-time back up to where we anticipate it to be post-COVID. And there's also increased funding for organic weed abatement, urban canopy maintenance, and green custodial services. The police department is up, increased salaries and benefits, and that is related to retirement, increases in retirement, as well as workers' compensation, and again, overtime. Also driving this increase is increased costs for the radio upgrade, and again, the safety equipment to respond to crime scenes and crisis response. And lastly, Public Works is up. This is due to position allocations changing and increased benefit costs related to the employee benefit selections, as well as increased risk management charges. So that kind of is a very high overview of the differences by department, and we'll get more into it by department as we proceed through the presentation. But again, total expenditures up $6.8 million or 12.4% over the prior year. This is another way of looking at the general fund expenditures. Salary and benefits make up a very large portion of our budget at about 80%. Services and supplies are about $7.4 million. Utilities are a little over $1 million. Our capital is about $266,000, and transfers out are $1.9 million. And our intergovernmental are about $2 million. And this is the final expenditure chart by function. So public safety combined is about 66% of total expenditures. General support at about 15%. That would include all of the support departments that provide support to all of the operating departments in the general fund and outside of the general fund. Public Works is about 3%, Finance is about 4%, and Parks and Recreation is about 8%, and the remaining transfers and planning are about 4%. So in summary, we have created a balanced budget. It's been a challenging year, but it's also been an exciting year for Petaluma. Thanks to Measure U, we will be able to provide ongoing existing services to the community. Not only can we do that, but we can bolster our services through workforce stabilization. Measure U revenues and expenditures have been incorporated into the 22 budget. The Measure U expenditures include workforce stabilization, infrastructure investments, and priority initiatives, and those are the kind of the investment themes that we've discussed several times. As a reminder, our prior budget balancing strategies have been reinstated, and so that includes, as I mentioned, the risk management charges coming back in, as well as the transfer out to fund vehicle replacement. We're currently transferring at about $300,000 for vehicle replacement, and that covers all governmental vehicles. So it's really, really insufficient to cover the need, but it is the main source of and the only source for our funding of that need. Our beginning working capital balance going into 22 is estimated at about $760,000. Our revenues at $61.38 million, our expenditures at $62.14 million, result in an ending working capital fund balance of 0. And so we'll talk more about that as we look at the forecast, but that is a drastic improvement over prior years, as you might recall. So that working capital fund balance does not include our emergency reserves. We do have $7.2 million set aside for emergencies. And currently that $7.2 million is slightly below where it should be. Council policy states that it should be 15% of expenditures. We're currently at about 12.5% when factoring in all of the new costs for workforce stabilization. So we continue to put money aside for emergencies using one-time revenues and any expenditure savings that we realize. And just as a point of reference, 15% is about 2 to 3 months worth of operating costs. So it's important that we maintain that in the emergency reserve. So now let's talk about the general fund forecast and the revenue assumptions included. Given the uncertainty of COVID and the financial impacts, again, we've estimated what we anticipate to occur, and we've included that into the out years. So much like a recession would appear with slow recovery from the onset of the pandemic, that's included in the forecast looking out. Property taxes are included at about a 3% increase in 22, and we are decreasing that just slightly next year to 2.5%. It does account for ongoing growth and development coming online, but to be a little bit more cautious in what we anticipate to happen with property taxes, we're just realigning it with what the county expects to occur. And that going out into the 5-year period, that does maintain that 2% increase annually. Sales tax revenues are recovering, like I've mentioned, but we do expect them to remain below pre-COVID estimates. We are expecting continued recovery and growth in the out years, and we have worked with the consultant, and so we are factoring in growth, but that growth is between 2.8 and 3%, so it's relatively conservative. But again, we just continue to watch it and adjust as we need to. Other reductions are also included, like business license reductions, permits and fees, categories that we see impacts through 20 and 21. Again, that could change, but those are the categories that we're incorporating into the forecast. So a slower rebound from the onset of the pandemic, but the growth is expected at about 2% over the life of the forecast. And other revenues are continuing to grow between 2 and 3% annually. On the expenditure side of the forecast, we have included core staffing, classification and compensation, and cost of living adjustments. That is the workforce stabilization that I'm referring to. Those are included in the forecast. Health insurance and workers' comp continue to show increases. So we're incorporating those increases. CalPERS, the rates for CalPERS have been incorporated based on the most recent actuarial report that we received. So that was actually last July was our most recent. And so those rates could change. I'm actually expecting them to change, but we don't have that information as of yet. So we've factored in an increase in the PERS rates, but we won't know until after June 30th what those increases will look like. We have budgeted for comp time payouts, separation expenses, and the vehicle replacement fund, as I mentioned. We have repopulated the transfer to vehicle replacement fund for vehicle purchases. And we've also budgeted transfers out of $592,000 for stormwater costs. And we continue to remove the one-time costs in the out years of the forecast as we update the forecast annually. So what's the bottom line? The unassigned fund balance at June 30, 2021 is projected to be about $760,000. That is exhausted during fiscal year 22. The proposed fiscal year 22 general fund budget includes Measure U funding and expenditures, which has resulted in a balanced budget. You might recall that prior to Measure U, the average annual deficit, which is the line that shows revenues over and under expenditures, on average, our deficit was about $6 million, resulting in a unassigned ending fund balance prior to Measure U at the end of 26 of negative $32 million. So this is a drastic improvement. And so, again, we continue to monitor it, but this is what we're expecting to happen and to occur. And this is the updated forecast based on the 22 budget. And just as a reminder, we've continually updated this forecast every 6 months for the past decades. So as long as I've been employed with the city, we have updated this forecast. It has proven time and time again to be crucial for our financial planning. It allows us to be proactive and address the situation before it's too late and before any crisis could occur. So we'll continue to do that, and it will continue to guide us into the out years of the forecast. Some of the risks in the long-term forecast, as I've mentioned several times, COVID impacts could differ from estimates, could be greater than estimated. Thus far, estimates have been very close to actuals, but this will continue to be monitored and assessed. And as information is received, we will continue to adjust the forecast. Retirement costs are included in the out years of the forecast, but these costs could escalate depending on CalPERS and their future assumption changes, as well as the investment losses. So there could be an overall slowdown in the economy as well, which is not included. We have not factored a recession into the forecast, so there could be some additional risks there as well. We also have opportunities. We're continually looking at revenue sources and revising existing revenues. We look at pending development and increase our collection efforts. We have continually looked at our different sectors of revenue, and our revenue could recover quicker than what we're anticipating. It's just hard to tell at this time. Economic growth and economic development initiatives continue, and we're also, there could be some opportunities in the potential funding with Measure O and the fire tax, as well as the federal infrastructure stimulus. At this time, we just don't have enough information to be factoring that into the forecast, but there could be some opportunities in those categories as well. So the bottom line, we have been able to deliver a budget that is balanced thanks to Measure U. The available resources provided by Measure U allow us to bolster existing service levels and also allow us to meet that increased demand that is requested by the community. We have about 7.6 million in reserves in total. Of that amount, 7.2 is available for emergencies. And again, that will continue to be set aside until we reach that 15% level. And we'll continue to look at revenue generating opportunities, as well as focusing our efforts on recovery and maintaining fiscal sustainability, which is essential for guiding us from year to year. So that wraps up the general fund very high level overview, and I'm going to pass it on to Brian Cochran, our Assistant City Manager, to go over Measure U.
Thank you, Corey. Good evening, everybody. Wanted to walk through just a few slides that I believe you've all actually seen before, at least on the council, when we presented our March 8th Measure U workshop, and just wanted to emphasize the high-level themes and kind of the overview of where we're headed with Measure U. So Corey touched on a few of these already, but stepping back to our fiscal sustainability efforts, one of the key, I think, highlights of that was the amount of community outreach that we did. And the amount of input from surveys and in-person workshops and a whole slew of outreach efforts really gave us great data and great information about what our community was looking for. And I think that translated into the ballot language itself in terms of the priority areas. And so that has really guided much of our thoughts on Measure U and where we are headed and what our program is proposed to look like. And so there is a balance, and we emphasized that back on March 8th. We really were looking for a balanced approach, balanced investment in many different areas of the city, because there are so many areas that were in great need of bolstering, of additional support, additional investment after a decade plus of not receiving much in the way of investment. And so the themes, we talked about the deficit a little bit a few minutes ago, but first kind of top priority for Measure U is eliminate our deficit, which, as you saw in the slides there, was successful. And so that $6 million annual deficit is no longer, hopefully, for many, many years into the future. And that's kind of job one with Measure U. Workforce stabilization, I know Corey mentioned that a number of times, but it's broken out into a few areas. So it's both the core staffing, which is an addition of about 27 new positions spread through virtually every department in the city, as well as a few different efforts on recruiting and retaining and maintaining our excellent, talented staff that we have here at the city. So it's both looking at our peer cities in the area, analyzing our classification and compensation to make sure that we can stay competitive. And then longer term, in terms of staying competitive, we want to make sure that we can implement regular inflationary-based cost of living adjustments for staff salaries to ensure that competitiveness with our surrounding jurisdictions. Infrastructure investments was a huge emphasis for us in Measure U and will continue to be. You saw the proposal from the CIP team, Capital Improvement Program team, as well, and you'll be hearing about that more later on our roads bond that we would like to do next year. 20 million in 2021 and 20 million in 2024. So that will be a big emphasis on fixing our roads, improving our pavement condition, multimodal active transportation projects, and then also an emphasis on our aging public safety facilities and infrastructure there. So new fire station, upgraded facilities, renovated facilities, those types of things. And then finally, priority initiatives. So those were a list of a variety of different initiatives on climate action, diversity, equity, and inclusion, our policing policies program, homelessness, housing, jumpstarting portions of the general plan. So those were those early actions that we really wanted to get started with that initial slug of about $2.5 million that we're receiving from Measure U in the current year. And you saw those as well back on March 8th. And lastly, just to emphasize that we really felt as a staff, as we move this proposal forward with this budget process, that the workforce stabilization piece is really critical in order to move forward a lot of the initiatives that the council and the community would like to see in the years to come. And so we really feel that workforce stabilization is a foundational piece of ensuring that we have the city organization, the city staff, and the talent to be able to move the council's priorities forward. So next slide. Won't hit all these numbers. This is virtually the same slide that you saw back in March, but this gives you kind of the overview of every department and the investments that they're receiving in Measure U. And I think the kind of headline here is, when we looked at our fiscal sustainability process and analyzed long-term trend of general fund staffing, what we saw is that even 12 years after the peak of our staffing levels in 08, we still are 16% behind where we were even more than a decade ago. And so this is a huge infusion of new staff and new services and new abilities to get things done for our city. But even with those 27 positions, it still does not get us back to where we were back in 2008. And then we have a couple of other costs just mentioned here at the bottom. I touched on those briefly. The classification and compensation adjustments to make sure that we're competitive, it's about a $400,000 cost. And then the estimate on an additional cost of living adjustment is about $450,000. So then, just to summarize, because I know we've been talking these high level categories or themes through Measure U, but just so you have the dollars associated with each one of these. So the deficit backfill in the upcoming year is about 4.8. Workforce stabilization in total, both of those, or I should say all three of those pieces, core staffing, class comp, and the COLA, is about $3 million. The infrastructure investments are a little over $4 million. Though I will say, without getting too into the weeds, that with the bond issuance, that really smooths out a lot of our debt service over the long period of time that we have to repay those bonds. And so we are reserving a chunk of this money in the current year to be able to smooth that debt service over the long haul. And then finally, some of our priority initiatives in terms of electric charging stations, emergency generators, et cetera, about $400,000. So in total, about $12.4 million of Measure U appropriations for the upcoming year. And so with that, I believe, Madam Mayor, we wanted to take a pause and see if there were council questions before we launch into the departments.
Thank you, Brian. Yes, okay, so what we've just experienced here was a very compact and compressed view of the budget. And if we can stop sharing the screen for a second, that would be helpful. But so right now we're going to go into each department, and we will have a budget report by each of the departments. And following that, we'll have another break for questions and comments by the council. And then we'll go to the third section, which is going to be the CIP report for the budget. So right now, if people have any questions about this first area, we'll take that. And then we'll go back to department by department. So the way I saw the hands go up was Councilmember Fisher, Councilmember Healy, Vice Mayor Barnacle, and Councilmember King. So Councilmember Fisher, why don't you start that off?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have a big note here when I was reading this budget that says the importance of Measure U, and because the 1% sales tax comes directly to the city, so it doesn't go anywhere else. I was expressing the importance of people shopping locally, and then in looking at that note, I'm wondering, I actually don't know how sales tax really works. So online versus buying locally, I'm not sure what those differences are, I guess because I don't shop online. So I wonder if somebody can just give me a quick overview of how we receive sales tax. because it's such a big part of our revenue source.
Sure. So, where do I start? It's complicated, but let me first address the online sales that you mentioned. So, if and when someone purchases an item online, that sales tax collected from that customer goes into a county pool, and that county pool is then allocated based on the different agencies within Sonoma County and how their brick and mortar sales tax aligns with each other. So it's somewhat complicated, but in general, it just flows through the county, and then as the county receives all of the sales tax countywide, it's allocated based on a percentage utilizing brick and mortar sales tax compared to total. So that's how the online sales tax works. We have our standard Bradley-Burns tax, which is the 1% that we've always received. And then we have the new locally controlled Measure U sales tax. And those sales taxes are different. So Bradley-Burns is a point of sale tax. So it's collected when you buy something at a specific location. So if you purchase something in Petaluma, that sales tax would come to Petaluma. The Measure U, because it is a district tax, it is a destination tax, and it can get very complicated when you start looking at the different sectors of sales tax. So, for example, auto sales versus retail sales, things of that nature. But in general, that is based on where the customer resides. But again, it's complicated. So there's different components to the new district tax. And that's why the revenue figures are different too, if you look at our regular sales tax versus our Measure U sales tax.
Thank you.
And is that the end of your questions or comments for this
For the
section?
moment, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So earlier in the presentation, there was mention of the American Rescue Plan. And I believe I've seen a figure for that, but I'd ask staff to confirm what we're expecting to receive. And then we've just received in the last day or so things that are allowable for us to expend funds on. And one of the categories, of course, is revenue losses that the city has sustained. And if I was interpreting the early slides right, it's about $5 million through fiscal year 21 in just sales tax and TOT, and the utilities would be in addition to that. So if we're going to be receiving these funds, and some of those, or a chunk of those funds, are going to go to backfill revenue losses, how does that impact what we do with this budget?
That's a really good question. I'm not sure if Brian or Peggy, you want to take that question? I'm happy to try to answer it. I think at this point in time, we just weren't sure what the guidelines were. And while we are aware that it can backfill revenues, we weren't sure of the details. So we didn't bring forward, a specific plan. But Brian, I'm not sure if you want to kind of add something to that. Here.
Sure, yeah, I can try to, and I do apologize. I think I'm having a bit of an internet issue, so if I'm breaking up, I apologize for that. Yeah, so we did just receive the guidance from the Department of the Treasury today, and unfortunately, it is about a 150-page document that we are going to have to dissect. There are some very specific formulaic calculations that we have to make in order to determine exactly what the allowable revenue losses are. And there are several categories, as you mentioned. There is support for the pandemic. There is utility, water and wastewater infrastructure. There's revenue backfill. And there's providing services due to the revenue losses that we encountered. And there may be one or two others. So we'll need to really digest those rules and then come back to council with a proposal. And Corey, correct me, but there's nothing in the proposed budget for those potential dollars from the feds.
Correct.
Okay.
Would staff be able to bring that back to us before the budget comes back?
I think we can do a preliminary analysis. I'm not sure. I think we were proposing to actually bring the formal proposal to you at our first quarter budget adjustments, which would be approximately in October.
Well, they seem
do-
so connected that I think we should at least have a preliminary discussion about it before we adopt a budget.
Yeah, I think we'll have a lot more information over the next month, and I'm hopeful that there will be some summaries and some better guidance, whether it's from the league or from our federal partners, who will kind of distill down how we can use the money, and then we'll be brainstorming internally, and we can bring something back. I think we can at least have preliminary breakdown of the categories, the rules, and what our options would be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, staff, for all the work that went into this document. The one thing that caught my attention was the rising insurance costs on health insurance and workers' comp. Is there anything we can do to flatline those a little bit? And if so, anything that the council can do, I guess.
So our recent increases for health insurance have actually been a little less than 8%. That 8% that I'm factoring into the forecast is based on a 10-year average. So our recent increases have been more around 5% or so. I know that within the past couple of years, we have gone out and received quotes on insurance. So it is something that we continually monitor. So that's kind of what's happened with health insurance. With workers' comp, we have made actually significant improvements this year. Our risk manager has really been on top of, our some of our older cases. And so while we're making improvements and hopefully reaching a point to where we're not seeing those drastic increases, we're still expecting some increases in 22, and that's really based on what our actuarial report shows. So our actuarial looks at our current outstanding claims and estimates what that cost is if we were required to settle it today. And so, that's a continually moving target, but our fund balance in the workers' comp fund is slightly below where it should be. And so that's why we're seeing those increases. I'm estimating if we continue to make improvements in workers' comp, that would hopefully decline and we could just maintain where we're at.
Great. But those are, just to confirm, those are abnormal for other cities compared to other cities, or is that?
I'm not sure I can say that. I think our health insurance is probably in line with other cities. Our workers' comp, we have seen significant increases, and that is likely due to our staffing levels being low, which requires mandatory overtime, results in injuries, things like that. So I think it's probably reasonable to say our workers' comp costs are likely higher than other agencies because of that, but it's hard to know for sure.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember King, followed by Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. I just had a quick comment on the 5-year forecast. And after looking at these budgets over the years and all the red ink extending out into the 2030s, it was wonderful to see 0 going out at least 5 years. So thank you, Measure U, and for all of those who worked for that. And thank you to the Petaluma voters who put the confidence in the city to take care of its fiscal needs. And I think out of all of it, that's the best thing to see, that we don't have to be looking at future deficits and cuts, which is probably what we'd be talking about right now without Measure U. And probably, you can probably remove the word probably from that sentence. But I did have one question at this point on the bonding for the roads. I believe Brian mentioned 2021. My question goes to the timing. I know we would go out to the public to issue the bonds, and then it goes into the market, and we would receive hopefully some response and gather some money in from the bond issue. What is the overall timing on getting money in to use on the roads from the bond measure? Do we have that down yet, or even a ballpark?
Yeah, I can jump in on that. The overall timing is to go to issue the bonds this year. So in 2021, that first issuance would be $20 million, but then we would spread those funds based on our ability to get projects designed, out to bid, et cetera. We would spread those funds over a 3-year period, roughly. That's why we would then go with a second bond issuance in 2024 to keep that program going over about a 4 to 5 year period. And then also look at the fire station with that second bond issuance as well.
And Brian, I would just add that it doesn't require us going to the public for that, for the bond issuance.
Right. By public, I meant the investing public, not the voting and participating public. All my other questions are in the subcategories, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald, followed by Councilmember Posake.
Thank you very much. I want to echo on Councilman King's point. I want to express a little gratitude to staff specifically for their Measure U efforts, the run up, the data, the transparency, and the stating of priorities. It made it clear for that campaign so that we could have the public trust on that measure, and without it, we'd be deciding who turns out the lights tonight rather than what initiative we want to initiate. So big thanks to staff for all of that. And then just wanted to clarify, maybe for public benefit. So the taxes that we receive, our base sales tax, not the Measure U, but the base sales tax and the property tax is all consumed by the general fund, and very little of it trickles into any other area of expenditure.
That's correct.
And that's amazing that we can keep that whole effort in balance. And then one other question is, so when our firefighters go out of town to work on all the major fires that they're constantly called to and driving up their overtime, is that a reimbursable? Does that come back in from funding?
It does, but when they're out, then their place here at the station here needs to be backfilled, and so we incur overtime costs when staff leaves to assist with other fires. That is not reimbursable. And so
would you say that we're made whole, or there's still a cost to us?
There is still a cost to us.
Right.
Definitely still a cost to us. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councilmember Posake.
A couple quick questions. I may have missed it when Corey was explaining the difference between the tax from an online purchase versus a local purchase, and I may have missed the final. So is there a bigger return to the city from a local purchase than an online purchase?
That's a really good question. And the last time I looked at it, it was about the same, but it just depends on how the local brick and mortar stores are doing in your city. So if they're doing well, then your percentage allocation in the county pool for online sales will be good. But if the opposite is true, then that's, you'll suffer a little bit in the pool. So it changes, it can change. But that's a very high level how it works.
Okay. And one other quick question. Am I wrong to think that if the budget is balanced now, and if we get this federal stimulus funding, that will likely give us a big chunk that we can apply to our priorities that we decide next month?
If it allows for the backfill of revenue losses, then we will have funding available for whatever projects, programs, things that are allowable under that plan. And that's why, as Brian mentioned, it's just going to take time for us to kind of go through what's allowed and make sure that what we bring forward is an allowable cost under the federal plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, do you have your hand up again?
Yeah, thank you. I didn't see any mention of Measure O in there. Where will we see any talk about Measure O from the county? That should be producing revenue soon.
I briefly mentioned it under the opportunities. So it is something that we're fully aware of. We just don't know if we are going to receive anything. And so definitely will assist the general fund if and when we do receive funding. So it's something that we're watching. The same as kind of, the potential fire tax or additional federal stimulus for infrastructure, those kinds of things. So those are areas that we're monitoring, and if funding does come available, those will be factored into the general fund.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Corey, I have one question, and it comes from total ignorance. When you were mentioning that cost stabilization monies were kept in a different separate account, and that once they were that was being transferred to a particular department, then at the adjustment time, the money would be transferred at that time as well. Is that going to be done just this year or every year with Measure U monies?
So I think there's two different things let me talk about two different things. So first, we have a new Measure U fund, a completely separate fund from the general fund. So all the revenues will come into that fund and stay in that fund. And then the costs that we approve through the budget, so that's, infrastructure, workforce stabilization, those kinds of things will be transferred out to where the costs reside. And then let me switch over and talk about the general fund. So those funds that are transferred out of the Measure U fund for workforce stabilization are currently sitting in non-departmental cost center within the general fund. And so those will sit there this year only. And as classifications are designed, finalized, compensation is finalized, then those budgets will be moved to the various general fund departments. I don't anticipate that to occur again next year. Once it's settled, then the budget will be in whatever department that the costs reside in.
Even though the money comes into the Measure U fund?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
the funding from Measure U will continue to be transferred to the general fund every year, but the way that it's budgeted, the costs are budgeted in the general fund, will be a lot more straightforward going forward.
Okay, thank you. I just, this is our first time getting something like this, so this is new to me, as are the zeros on the debit line, as Councilmember King pointed out. Yeah, so you can stay around a long time and still see something new, so that's quite nice. So with that, now we're going to move on to our second section, which is the department by department budget look, and we're going to be kicking that off with our city attorney, Eric Danley.
So could we have the next slide? Thank you very much. So that is the org chart for the city attorney's department. When we talked about Measure U implementation, I referred to it as a tiny but mighty department, and that's what we strive to be. So that's the existing staffing, and if we could have the next slide, please. Then that shows the workforce stabilization in the form of the addition of a half-time position in the department, and continue to be grateful for the council's support when we had our Measure U implementation discussion. As you'll recall, when we had that discussion, we talked about how that position, or that part position, is intended to provide bandwidth for recurring, time-sensitive, but routine matters, to allow the full-time positions to focus more on bigger impact, higher priority work that corresponds with council direction and longer-term projects. So that's something that we're very excited to have the council support for. It doesn't seem like a whole lot, but I think if we implement that right, it's going to be a big impact. And And the part that I'm particularly excited about is the bolstering that we need to do operationally and procedurally to really realize the benefit from that. And what I'm referring to is one of the effects or one of the characteristics of how we've been operating during the Great Recession has been, making do with what we have. And one of the ways we've made that work is by really underinvesting in professional training for the city staff and underinvesting in our, what I call sort of administrative infrastructure, our procedures, our policies, but especially the professional training of staff. And that's something that we really equipped to do a lot of in my office. And I'm really eager to do that, because if we can devote the expertise in the city attorney's office to investing in the professionalization of the rest of the staff and increasing their capabilities, and that's going to have a really huge benefit on where we can focus our energies beyond that, but on the whole city staff and on devoting sort of the expertise that we've built up in our office to supporting our colleagues instead of identifying, challenges and roadblocks that we're encountering as a result of not having that training. So I think that's particularly exciting, and that's where we're going to really realize the benefit, I think, of the support from the council for that position. And if you could, I'll bring up the next slide. So this is what that looks like in terms of the actual numbers, and they don't really relate as directly to the position as they do to savings from the vacancy that we experienced in my office over pretty much the past year. And also the reassessment of the reserve that's required so that the risk program is sound. So if there are questions about this, that pretty much maximizes my understanding, and we'll have to refer those to Corey. But otherwise, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to save the questions until all the departments have a chance to give a presentation, and then we'll go back to all the departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Now our city clerk's office, Kendall Rose.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'll be providing the overview of the city clerk's office budget. To start, the city clerk's office serves as the liaison between the public, staff, and council, and we oversee the preservation and protection of the public record. As the city clerk, I also serve as the legislative administrator and the elections official. Next slide, please. In order to optimally deliver desired service levels to the community and to reduce expenditures in the long run, a limited term records coordinator position is proposed as part of the workforce stabilization plan. This position will be responsible for implementing the updated citywide records retention schedule, auditing our current records, which are held off-site through our contract with Fort Docs, and expanding our electronic document management system and a public portal, which is Laserfiche. In doing so, we will increase our transparency, more efficiently respond to public records requests, reduce the expense of storing records off-site, and increase staff efficiency across all departments by making records more easily accessible. Lastly, it will also reduce the overall risk and liability to the city by ensuring our records are accurate and accessible. These tasks could not be completed with the current staffing levels without putting other key projects aside. And the suggestion for now is for this to be a limited term position for the next 4 years. That'll give us a chance to bring these key projects up to speed, get some new software implemented, improve our processes and procedures. And then at that point, we'll be able to reevaluate the department needs and see if we need that position at that time. Next slide, please. This slide shows salaries and benefits are increased by about 10% due to the revised city clerk salary range. But more importantly, service and supplies are proposed to increase by about $43,000, which will cover the cost of several process improvement software programs. Most notably, agenda management software upgrades, which will increase the transparency and accessibility of city council meetings And we're going to roll out first with city council meetings, but eventually all of our public meetings. Also, the purchase of board and commission software, which is going to streamline our commission, committee, and board recruitment and training process. And it covers the recently implemented electronic filing software for FPPC campaign statements and statements of economic interest, which now makes those disclosures available to the public in real time. Those are kind of the highlights of the budget here, and I'll be available for questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Assistant City Manager Brian Cochran again.
Okay, thank you. We have the city manager's department here. As you can see, this also is a relatively small department in its current form, and the goal of the city manager's office is to provide overall management, oversight, and support to all city departments, making sure that our departments have the resources they need and can deliver their services effectively and efficiently, as well as liaising with the city council and the community to ensure that we are working toward the city council's goals. Next slide. Here you can see the proposed additions with our Measure U workforce stabilization. So there are a few changes happening here. We are proposing to increase a existing senior management analyst to an assistant to the city manager position. That's an upgrade. Adding a full-time senior management analyst that would be focused on citywide projects, special projects within departments, assisting departments with their budgets, and would be sort of a rotational type of management analyst to assist in various projects and initiatives that come up. We're also proposing increasing our finance director position to a deputy city manager position to provide better overall oversight and support and assistance for all of the departments at the city manager's office level. And then finally, down at the bottom, you can see that we are recommending a 1.0 climate action coordinator to move many different initiatives forward through the climate action framework and the general plan process and the upcoming climate action plan itself. Also, I should just mention, not on this slide are the many departments, divisions, and programs that all roll up or report up to the city manager's office, and you'll be hearing about a few changes to those through the rest of the presentation, notably with our housing division, planning division, and building division that we're proposing to do some reorganization on. Next slide. So here you have the overall department budget, and Corey touched on some of the changes earlier on in the presentation. I would just note that the services and supplies line is decreasing relatively dramatically, but there are a couple different things happening. We had several different consulting contracts that were specifically centered around our fiscal sustainability effort. That has now concluded, and so those will not be reoccurring next year. However, there are some offsets like the risk management charges that were mentioned, but notably, we do have in the city manager's department this upcoming year budgeted the mobile shower program that is anticipated to move forward. So that's a $200,000 budget item that you're seeing there in the services and supplies line. And with that, I think we can move to the next department.
Thank you. And that will be Ingrid Alverdi with Economic Development and Open Government.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Following up, Brian, the city's newly created Economic Development and Open Government focuses on staffing, making staffing and services efficient, resilient, and transparent. As you can see here, the department includes myself as director, 1 economic development specialist, and 7 people in our information technology group. Next slide. This proposed reorg adds 1 position to economic development. It adds a reclass. It adds a senior communications analyst, and it also reclassifies 2 positions in our our newly division focused on business systems and data. This work will allow us to work better with the city, implementing the business systems and data that make us more transparent, more accessible online. Adding the communications analyst will allow us to bring the communications that we've been contracting out in-house and better coordinate with our departments. And adding the economic development manager position will allow us to move forward with the fairgrounds outreach, while also continuing the recovery efforts that are underway, attracting tenants to our downtown commercial areas, and keeping all of the economic development work moving forward, while also increasing our communications with the goal of more equity and diversity. Next slide. So this slide here in economic development shows a small decrease when you take the changed positions under account and some services and supplies. Next slide. And then our IT department also, again, the bulk of the changes are more moving things around, and so it's a relatively flat change in this budget too. And that's it for economic development.
Thank you. And now we're going back to Brian for human resources.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to kick this one off quickly by mentioning that we do have our new interim director of human resources, Cynthia Barron. We're happy to have her on board. But giving the bulk of the presentation tonight for HR will be our human resources analyst, Aman Kaur, and our risk manager, Erica Leahy. And I would just point out on this slide, we have really two divisions in human resources: the HR services, which are many of the core HR functions that you normally would think of, such as recruitment, training and orientation, classification and compensation, and HR policies. And then the risk management side of the department is focused on our insurance coverages, liability claims, workers' compensation, and then overall risk management. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Aman.
Thank you, Brian. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. The last slides, can we change this slide real quick? Thank you. So the last slide specified the HR department structure prior to April 19 and split one HR specialist between HR and risk, and the additional full-time position will assign a dedicated specialist to the risk division to support workers' comp, wellness, and other safety-related programs. This will subsequently avail resources and provide additional support to HR services as the department prepares for upcoming projects such as implementing Measure U, core staffing, and workforce stabilization efforts, as well as subsequent increase in services consistent with an increase in number of city employees. Additionally, the Measure U core staffing model includes a reclass of the HR assistant within risk management to HR specialist, supporting a need for higher level assistance and autonomy within the division. Next slide, please. This slide specifies the HR budget for fiscal year 21-22, which excludes risk and workers' comp. The major drivers of change to salaries and benefits include increased costs related to the department's administrative support transitioning from part-time to full-time, which includes cost for benefits. Additionally, step advancements account for minimal change. The major drivers of change to services and supplies include funding for increased professional HR services, including legal expertise, city policy updates, and employee training and development in areas such as diversity and inclusivity, consistent with multiple council goals. With that, now over to our risk manager, Erica Leahy, to discuss the risk and workers' comp budget.
Thank you, Aman. As you can see on this slide, the risk management proposed budget for fiscal year 21-22 has a slight increase in salaries and benefits over last fiscal year. This is due to step increases as well as an increased cost relating to updating the risk officer classification to a risk manager classification. Additionally, the services and supplies line item is also expecting an increase due to increases related to the city's insurance premiums as well as anticipated future claims payments. Next slide, please. For the workers' compensation proposed budget, we are increasing our budget to prepare for increasing healthcare costs, insurance premiums, and anticipated claims payments. This last fiscal year, we have made a lot of progress towards correcting the upward trend in costs, but we will need to continue on this path to reach the accepted funding level as stated in the city's actuarial report. And before I hand it off to Corey, I wanted to mention something in response to Vice Mayor Barnacle's question regarding workers' compensation costs. We've been working on testing the market and looking into alternative workers' compensation insurance and pool options. We've been tentatively approved by the underwriting committee to join a large pool, but we are waiting to get full approval to see what our rates would be like before we decide if we're going to join. But that we hope that will also improve our position with regards to workers' comp. And I guess I'll hand it over to Corey.
Thanks, Erica.
Okay.
So this is the current finance department organizational chart. The finance department is responsible for overseeing and managing all financial transactions for all city departments. The department is made up of really 3 divisions. We have the accounting and budgeting division, and then we have utility billing and general services. The department currently does have 17 positions, and it's split basically in half between accounting and budgeting processes and utility billing. We do not have any current administrative support in the department at all to help with routine level tasks. And so we are asking for, through workforce stabilization, which was presented at the March 8th workshop, for a few reclassifications, which will provide broader coverage for administrative support. So we are upgrading a mail services assistant position to an office assistant to assist with those types of tasks. We're also upgrading a revenue development specialist to a financial analyst to provide more analyst support throughout the department. The general fund finance department is approximately 2.3 million, so there's a slight increase of about 108,000. Our budget consists of, in the general fund, of 15 staff members in finance, as well as services and supplies that really go to cover routine annual costs such as audit services, banking and investing costs, fiscal agent fees, Sonoma County collection fees for property taxes, things of that nature. And the majority of the increase that you're seeing here is related to the reinstatement of charges for the risk management operation, as well as routine step advancements and benefit costs for employees in the department. And this is the general services internal service fund budget, 269,000 for fiscal year 22. That's actually a slight decrease of 9,000. This accounts for 2 staff members that really serve the entire city for all mailing needs as well as printing needs. And so there's some slight changes in salaries and benefits, but it's relatively flat. Pass it on over to Heather for community development.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So this is a snapshot of the Community Development Department in its current form. It's made up of 3 divisions: the Housing Division, the Planning Division, and the Building Division. All 3 of these divisions report directly to the city manager as the acting community development director. So a huge demand on our city manager to fill that role and oversee these 3 divisions. There are currently 8 full-time equivalent positions that are city staff in housing and building, and about 8 to 9 currently full-time equivalents in the planning division. Next slide, please. So as previously discussed during our workforce stabilization discussion, the changes in Community Development Department are really focused on increasing staffing resources to match the community's needs. So the largest change here is creating a Community Development Director position to provide that cohesive management of the department and oversee these 3 divisions. In housing, addition of a part-time housing technician to provide greater support with our affordable housing efforts. In building, it includes reclassification of a plans examiner to a deputy building official, and then also adding a full-time position for plans examiner, so accommodate more plans examining in-house instead of sending them out to increase efficiency there. And then changes in planning, really it's greater funding that is not related to cost recovery, so that we can allow for more time to focus on policy initiatives at the direction of the council. Next slide, please. So looking at the changes in planning, it's like I mentioned, it's to create the Community Development Director oversight. It's also to increase the base level budget so we can shift that focus from cost recovery, which when the planning department was shifted to its current model, the majority of the focus was on cost recovery. And so that does not provide funding for a lot of the city-led initiatives, climate initiatives, zoning code updates, those kind of things. So this is really focused on shifting that to be able to be more proactive and to allow more time on non-cost recovery policy initiatives. This also will increase the depth of management to ensure more smooth transitions, cohesive direction, and over the department focus across all 3 of those divisions. Next slide, please. So this is looking at housing funding, gives you a sense of the revenues coming in from our different housing, into our different housing funds, starting with our commercial linkage fees. This is generated from non-residential development, and it's to support the production of housing at the 80 to 120% average median income. So this includes the contract we have with the Housing Land Trust to work on some of those projects. We also have our housing in lieu fee, which is fees that were generated from residential development. And this supports programs such as our Fair Housing Program, our rental assistance, and our Veterans Resource Center. Additionally, funds from the housing in lieu fees are often used to assist affordable housing developers, such as Mid-Penn, which is doing the project on the Boulevard, 414 Petaluma Boulevard North. Community Development Block Grant is the CDBG funds are another source of revenue used to support programs such as affordable housing, rehabilitation, and preservation, and our meals program. The Home Grant Fund, most recently, the council awarded these funds to Mid-Penn Housing to help with some gap financing for that project. And then some of the other ones, successor agency housing and mobile home rent stabilization. So this gives you a sense of the amounts and the different types of revenue that comes in and how those are used to support our affordable housing program. Next slide, please. And finally, moving to building. So the building department is funded from an enterprise fund. The changes that are laid out here are really to help create a more robust building division in response to and in order to address the community needs. You saw that in our recruitment for the chief building official right now, we really put an emphasis on climate initiatives in response to council and community direction, and wanting to make sure that we are continuing to stay ahead of our other communities in our region and in the Bay Area, and even nationally, as we have done with several initiatives recently. So ways that we're already trying to ensure that this division is meeting those needs. One thing I think it's important to point out here, that you'll see that it actually looks like a 9% decrease in overall expenditures, and that's because there was a large capital expenditure in last year's budget for the InterGov online permitting tracking system that we are implementing, and that is something that is in process and will be live hopefully in July. So that was a large kind of outlay of funds, one-time funds to purchase that program, which helps offset some of the staff increases that would be coming into the building division looking forward. And that concludes community development.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll go to the fire department. And
good evening, Mayor, Council. As you already know that I've said many times, we're an all-risk fire department. Although our primary responsibility is the prevention and extinguishing of hostile fires, the department provides emergency medical treatment and transport of our sick and traumatically injured. Additionally, the department provides extrication and rescues at accidents and the overall safety of citizens and visitors to this Petaluma area. For over 164 years, the department has provided emergency service 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. The population of Petaluma has increased over the years, and the call volume for emergency service has proportionately increased as well. As we look at the organizational chart, it reflects 64 full-time positions with staffing handling 17 per day for daily emergencies from 3 fire stations. Next slide. Our most urgent need lies with our Fire Prevention Bureau. Based on our current improved staffing, we are unable to adequately perform important functions in the Bureau. In the revised staffing and organizational chart before you, we are recommending an additional full-time deputy fire marshal, totaling an estimate cost from the general fund would be approximately $122,000. By adding this position, we will assist in stabilizing our core service delivery by efficient, timely permit review, increased counter hours for our project questions, improved turnaround times for plan review, increased availability and time to commit to questions from developers and contractors, and backup staff for conducting plan review. Additionally, training will be provided for all employees in the Fire Prevention Bureau. And finally, there'll be more staff available for on-call fire investigations. Next slide. The majority of our expenditures include fire suppression accounts, which equates to about $10.8 million, 61%. Our ambulance service accounts, which is $4.6 million, 26%. Administrative accounts for approximately $1.5 million and 9%. Next slide. Our total expenditures for 2021 was $17.1 million. For the new budget, that will be increased for $17.8 million. Increases account for salaries and benefits, services, and supplies. And that concludes my report.
thank you very much. And now we'll move on to Park and Rec Division of Public Works and Drew Halter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, colleagues in the community. While this past year has presented your Parks and Recreation Department challenges beyond our imagination, I'm excited to be here tonight with an opportunity to present what we feel is a real opportunity to change the narrative from a trend showing a disinvestment in parks to making major headway towards following through on many of our commitments to help create safe and inviting public spaces for communities to gather, recreate, teach, play, learn, and grow. So with that, I would be remiss if I didn't provide at least some brief context on how we got here. Petaluma's Parks and Rec Department has been significantly diminished since the last recession. The park side, maintenance staffing has remained nearly 50% below pre-recession levels. And on the recreation side, several leadership positions were consolidated or eliminated altogether. The reduction to staffing levels on the parks and facilities maintenance side have resulted in more than 16,000 less annual hours dedicated to keeping our parks and public facilities safe, clean, and well kept. With the amount of parks and facilities we service, crews are reduced to spending less time in each park, spending more time in transit between parks, and reacting to work items versus managing in a proactive maintenance way. On the recreation side, the administrative and programming function of the department is staffed for a city roughly half its size. Your rec staff oversee multiple program areas on top of managing facilities, contracts, and service providers, keeping current with program trends and serving as liaisons to 5 of the city's boards, committees, commissions, committees and commissions. Several of these program areas are seen here, but others include special events, media and marketing, athletic field rentals, contract classes, website design, and managing evacuation shelters during disasters. Despite these perennial challenges and even the new ones created by the pandemic, your Parks and Rec team take an incredible amount of pride and dedication in the work they do, the places we've been entrusted to care for, and we're really excited to work with our community members on the resurgence we are sure to see in a community programming and events this next year. Next slide, please. So with that, the revised model you see here illustrates a unified Parks and Recreation Department with a focus on reclassifying current positions as opposed to adding any new full-time allocations. This is something that is a long time in the making and one that we're excited to bring about after nearly a decade of splitting the band, so to speak. The consolidated department gives us better tools for short and long range planning, community engagement, recruitment and retention, and project management. The core staffing recommendations include reclassifying the deputy director position to the director of Parks and Recreation. The consolidation and reclass improves the span of control for not just Parks and Rec, but the Public Works and Utilities Department, for which Parks and Facilities Maintenance currently reside, as well as the City Manager's Office, for which Recreation Services report to, freeing up resources there and streamlining communications and operations. The revised core staffing also provides improved management support by reclassifying one secretary position to a management analyst. This means better oversight of projects, department-wide purchasing, industry benchmarking, etc. Also included is a reclassifying of a Parks and Facilities Manager to a Superintendent of Parks and Facilities position, which better reflects their role and responsibilities. And finally, reclassifying one Senior Facilities position to the Facility Supervisor. Next slide, please. Here you see a visual representation of the department as it's reconsolidated. So generally, you'll see the department is for the most part, split evenly between Parks and Recreation. And then you've got about 13% left for not just Parks and Rec facilities. This is citywide facilities coming in at about 600,000 plus. Next slide, please. Thank you. Here we show a breakdown of the type of proposed budget changes. I'd like to highlight just 2 of these areas, as I know we're moving through this quickly. The first includes the addition of one parks maintenance position, which Corey alluded to in her intro. This is to be funded by the Prince Park Trust. And to provide a bit of a background, this trust was set up as an endowment when the park was created, and the interest earnings from the invested cash and trust balance was expressly set up to provide ongoing maintenance for the, quote, upkeep of the park. So the city transfers a portion of this trust annually already to the general fund to dedicate to park maintenance. So what is being proposed is to increase that amount of transfers to keep up with both maintenance of the city's largest natural grass athletic fields, but also in anticipation of more manual weed abatement techniques. The second item in the majority of the budget changes is the increase to services and supplies. These investments will touch on a few key areas, which include tree plantings, tree maintenance and upkeep, high weed mowing and mitigation, and more restorative land management practices following the implementation of the new IPMP, the Integrated Pest Management Plan, which we're all very excited for. Also, the addition of 2 electric green mowers that crews are eager to try out as well. So thank you for listening. I know that was a lot in a short amount of time, and for that, I'd like to introduce Madam Mayor. We're happy to answer questions.
Thank you. We'll get to those after we get all the departments done. Thank you, Drew. Now we're going to hear from the police department and Chief Savano.
Thank you, Drew, and thank you to the finance team for your work on this proposed budget. It is always a heavy lift, and you and your team not only do the job well, but you do so without missing a beat in supporting the day-to-day operations of our departments. A sincere thank you from all of us at the police department. Mayor Barrett, council members in the community we serve, the police department's portion of this proposed budget funds our existing just over 96 full-time equivalent employees in 3 divisions, made up of patrol, special, and support services. This includes 66 full-time police officer positions and allows us to continue building public trust and legitimacy through proactive community policing and engagement efforts, including enhancing our transparency. It allows us to continue to reimagine policing to develop new and innovative ways to improve community safety, service delivery, and public trust. It allows us to continue to collaborate with community-based organizations and service providers to proactively address mental health, substance abuse, our unsheltered, our youth, and social justice initiatives. It allows us to develop a 5-year strategic plan to guide the professional development of staff to ensure public expectations continue to be met with regard to professional standards, training, education, diversity, and best practices in policing and public safety facilities. It'll allow us to expand and diversify our workforce with proactive recruitment and retention efforts to stabilize the department's workforce and provide the services our community expects and deserves. And finally, it'll allow us to enhance department training to include an emphasis on and completion of core fundamental trainings, crisis intervention, de-escalation, and diversity and cultural sensitivity and awareness. Next slide, please. The 6.5 full-time equivalent proposed in this budget includes restoring 2.5 civilian full-time equivalent positions and restoring 4 full-time police officers, made up of 1 restored detective position and 3 restored patrol officer positions, to address quality of life issues and specific crime-related trends. The civilian professional positions include 1 full-time police training coordinator, a mental health specialist, and a half-time or 0.5 CSI, which is a crime scene investigations evidence technician, to make the existing part-time position full-time to meet the needs and demands of this critical resource. These changes will help us improve safety by creating more available time for officers to conduct community policing and proactive crime and traffic collision prevention efforts. These positions will restore 4 of the 15 officer positions that we lost, which resulted in insufficient core staffing in the patrol division to handle the 95% increase in emergency calls for service over the last 10 years. It allows us to address emergency response times by adding officers to reduce response times below the industry standard of 5 minutes, as they now average around 6 minutes. It allows us to put more focus on professional standards and training, crime and collision investigations, and scene and evidence processing. By restoring a detective position, investigative services will be enhanced in the area of narcotics, property crimes, and other serious investigations, which will also free up patrol officers. And finally, mental health specialists on staff will supplement and bridge any gaps in service from the now underway Mobile Crisis Response Program and serve as a dedicated resource to coordinate with community-based organizations and service providers to improve outreach, services, treatment, and overall crisis prevention. Additionally, and more importantly, this resource will help us support our first responders, the men and women who perform this difficult work, or those who provide support services for them. Next slide, please. Here you'll see a breakdown of our proposed budget for fiscal year 22 at just over $23 million. I'd like to point out that under administration, that includes also the training aspects of this discussion tonight. Next slide, please. This budget allows us to maintain operations by restoring some lost positions and creating new positions that have been identified as a priority under training, mental health, and crime and collision scene investigations. Under the services and supplies portion of this budget, this item includes costs associated with the Sonoma County Public Safety Consortium, which includes the regional computer-aided dispatch system and records management system for all of the fire, law, and emergency medical service providers in our county, as well as software and systems for criminal and background investigations. It also includes repairs, maintenance, and supplies, and restores intergovernmental charges to information technology, risk management, and general services. As the finance director mentioned, some of those were used last year to budget the current fiscal year, and those categories will be restored in this proposed budget. New budget items include the Cahoots Mobile Crisis Response Pilot Program, which is a carry forward to this fiscal year 22 budget and was previously funded by Measure U priority initiatives. It also includes equipment to support the crisis response team, radio replacement and upgrade to meet Department of Justice requirements, increased employee training and education, and to meet our climate ready goals. This budget funds an all-electric patrol vehicle pilot program to evaluate safety, ergonomics, and infrastructure needed to electrify our entire fleet, as well as funding for the replacement of patrol vehicles with the first ever manufacturer performance and safety rated hybrid police vehicles. Thank you for your support and consideration with our proposed fiscal year 22 police budget that will allow us to continue to provide professional police services and public safety. I'll now turn this over to Jason Beatty, our Director of Public Works and Utilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you, Corey, and to your team for supporting us with this budget development and with our operations throughout the year. I will be covering a very brief overview of our operational budget for FY 21-22. You will hear more about the capital improvement program from Gina after our break for questions from council. The Public Works and Utilities Department will have 102 full-time positions after the 13 positions that make up the Parks and Facilities Maintenance Division move over to Parks and Rec Department as described by Drew Halter earlier. And although this budget organizational chart is simplified and in the interest of time, rather than running through all of them, I'd like you to remind of all the operations listed on the left side of the slide that are managed by Public Works and the Utilities Department. Next slide, please. As presented on March 8th with the core staffing proposal, the Public Works Utilities team is proposing to add 11.5 full-time positions. This includes 5 positions within the engineering division, 1 stormwater utility worker, 3 street maintenance positions, reorganizing the environmental services division, and adding 3.5 administrative positions. Most of these are enterprise funded positions with the help and will help the department address some systematic shortfalls in staffing to execute our robust CIP program, capital improvement program, and manage the city's development as projects are executed. Maintain the city's neglected stormwater and street infrastructure, and add key administrative roles, filling gaps for lease and grant management, adding additional program analysis and purchasing and contracting expertise, and enhanced customer service response. Next slide, please. This slide is a breakdown of the $1.8 million in general funds that are part of the Public Works and Utilities Department budget. I will note that the total budget for the department is roughly $87 million. The general funds for Public Works and Utilities focus on support of non-enterprise funded programs. This is a collaborative approach to support Parks and Rec, police and fire, and other non-enterprise programs. The shared resources to maintain vehicles, contract and purchasing support, customer service interface, and also a good portion of this is in support of our development engineering division, which is reimbursable expenditures for the most part. Next slide, please. And this here is a comparison of the general fund for the Public Works and Utilities Department with last year. And there's the increases you see here is reflective of a reallocation of salaries and increased support of those non-enterprise programs that I spoke of a minute ago. The budget includes some replacement of vehicles that are at the end of their service life with electric vehicles, and adding a small electric utility vehicle to maintain trails and frontages. And we are looking to get a few electric bikes to add to our vehicle pool for the engineering staff and other staff to use. Next slide, please. And here we wanted to show some additional detail on our street maintenance funds. The revenues, as you likely know, are cobbled together from several different special sources. The proposed budget does include some Measure U funds, and this year you can see we have significant expenditures proposed in the capital improvement of our streets. More detail will be provided by the Assistant Director, Gina Benedetti-Petnick, when we talk about the capital improvement program for public works. Moving on to the airport, the operating budget at the airport continues to be strong after a short dip when the pandemic hit in fuel sales, but leases and fuel sales are now back up. We're really, with our budget looking forward, we're focused on improving customer service, and an additional administrative position is supported by the enterprise in this proposed budget. At the marina, this is one enterprise that has continued to be challenged due to the lack of dredging of the marina. For this year's budget, there's a slight increase in costs for additional part-time salary costs and a reinstatement of those intergovernmental charges back up to what they were before. A bright spot we're seeing here is the increased revenue from visitors to the turning basin. Next slide, please. Transit is one enterprise fund that we have been watching very closely during the pandemic. We are much better off because of how our revenue and costs are set up than a lot of the larger transit agencies in the Bay Area. And we are seeing that we'll be made whole when all the stimulus funding that is coming has been allocated out. This small division with 3 full-time positions is focused on filling a vacant position, and then with that additional bandwidth, moving on to the short and long-range planning, electrification of the fleet, and improving our services. Next slide, please. I'm going to talk about water and wastewater together. We are carefully following the impacts due to the needed water conservation and the drought. We are seeing sufficient funds in the reserves this year, but if this drought continues beyond this year, we may need to adjust. We are expecting incremental program costs increasing with the electrification of the vehicle fleet, additional costs of energy for entering into Sonoma Power's Evergreen program. We also have additional state requirements for reporting on water loss and other areas. EPA and state water requirements are not completely aligned, and there's additional resources needed to manage those the requirements under those programs. We continue to manage operations and maintenance of our aging infrastructure and continue to strategically focus capital investments and updating our water and sewer modeling that will feed into the master plans for these utilities and the updates to the general plan. The wastewater budget includes support of a reorganization and position upgrades within the Environmental Services Division to better support environmental programs and improve retention by establishing career ladders. The utility rate study that we are kicking off will be key in establishing rates for 2022 for the following 5 years, and will include an option for an alternative rate structure to look at the long-term drought situations. Next slide. And that's the Water Utility Enterprise Fund, which is in general following the wastewater. And that is it. So the plan for the presentation now is that we'll break for council questions. And then the Assistant Director, Gina Benedetti-Petnick, will finish out the budget presentation with what I think is the most interesting part, the capital improvement program. And I believe we'll be inviting Drew Halter back with Parks and Rec to speak about the well-developed plan for our parks projects as part of that. So I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Director Beatty. I'm glad you still have a lot of interest in our capital improvement programs. Gina will probably share it with you a little bit too. But before we go there, we have any questions? Yes, we have a question from Councilmember Fisher.
Well,
Or
I guess a point of order. Pardon me?
Questions or comments?
Okay, so are we going to take this in terms of each department or each of us?
Anything you want.
Any department's fair game?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's interesting. So I wrote on my notes the pages that I had questions about versus the actual presentation. So maybe since Jason is here, I can start with Public Works. And it was really a question about how the funding of our new downtown streets team has affected the downtown streets and sidewalks maintenance section of the budget.
Yeah, I think those are a bit separate. Maybe Brian wants to speak to that, but the sidewalk maintenance side of that for downtown is funded out of the TOT there. So that maybe I'm getting confused about which part you're talking about. We have our ongoing maintenance of sidewalks as part of our CIP program, the downtown sidewalk ADA improvements that we're doing.
If it's helpful, it's page 232.
Okay.
In the budget, which is a page on the downtown streets and sidewalks maintenance.
Councilmember Fisher, I would just add that DST, Downtown Streets team, does clean up downtown, but they don't do actual sidewalk maintenance. So I mean, one would be hard cost, one would be soft cost. So that's just right off the bat, the difference. And
fair enough. Okay, and then you have in the budget the river dredging program. Can you say what that is?
Yeah, so we with the dredging, the Army Corps, they have a federal obligation for maintain the federal channel, but we understand and we've seen from the last last time that the gap between when they were able to do it last and now is nearly, I think, 17 years. So we are seeing a need to, if we want the turning basin and the channel to have access for recreational boating or even commercial boating, that we are going to need to set aside some kind of funds to keep that dredging reoccurring, so we don't have to. We don't foresee any increase in federal funding that's going to help the Army Corps, complete its obligation. So it would be another, 15 or more years before we would see them back here. So if we want that done before that, we need to begin now in setting aside funds to complete a dredging. And it may be a smaller dredging is what we have in this budget, of keeping the turning basin navigable for recreational boats, and a channel, maybe a narrow channel, that will allow vessels to transit up safely and into the turning basin, so we can keep that active and that economic activity going.
Gotcha.
So that's what those funds and programs.
And what's the status of the marina dredging in terms of your timeline on that?
The marina dredging is one that we did have TO, and Corey can probably speak to this a little bit, where we were looking at that before COVID hit, of funding out of TOT and doing a loan on that front, and with the pandemic that just was not possible. So I'll probably turn it over to Brian or Corey to speak to that. It is still a great need to dredge the marina in order to have a viable marina, and we're still seeking funds to do that.
Okay, and then a quick question on the city clerk's budget. There's $100,000 for special election and districting costs. What are we anticipating this next year for that?
I don't know if City Attorney Eric Danley, if you want to chime in at all. Eric and I are both following legislation right now, which is going to kind of dictate when we do or do not move to district-based elections. So this is us encumbering those funds in the event that we take any action in the next fiscal year.
Thank you.
I don't know that I have much to add to that. We're going to be looking at that very carefully. The case law is evolving. There's some unique facts in Petaluma, so I can't say for certain that it will be necessary to do that, but we certainly are going to be working on having a good answer regarding that and for discussion with the council. So thanks, Kendall, and thanks for the question.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. And Jason, did you want to weigh in here again?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Council Member Fisher, I just got to that page within the budget book and I was looking at that. Yeah, that is, we do have that downtown street sidewalk maintenance, and that is mainly focused on the garage, parking garage cleaning. But then we do some sidewalk cleaning, and with the drought coming, we won't be doing any of the pressure washing type work there. So that's what that funding goes to support, and the plan is to continue that, and then layered on top would be the work that the downtown streets team does with picking up the downtown area.
Thank you for circling back on that. Brian Cochran, did you want to weigh in on something?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to chime in on the dredging question. And I know we touched briefly on the American Rescue Plan and some of the funds that will be coming to the city. That is one potential pot of money that we could look at for marina dredging. As I alluded to earlier, a lot of analysis still to do on what the options and what the rules are there, but that is something that we'll be looking closely at coming forward here.
Thank you. So now we go to Council Member McDonald and then Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Thank you very much. I too am interested in that marina dredging. I mean, we did promise it to people. I think we have a real obligation to make that happen as soon as we can. I have a question for Chief Savano, somewhere here in all the windows. There you are. Hi. So the mental health professional on staff, would you say that's typical of larger agencies or innovative, or how would you define having them on staff?
I would say certainly a common practice in larger agencies, certainly innovative, especially for one our size, given the demand both internally and externally, seems appropriate, especially when we recognize early on there could be some service gaps between the CAHOOTS mobile crisis response model and impacts to our staff in terms of calls for service. So I appreciate you acknowledging both of those perspectives with that position we brought forward.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a time of big flux for all the departments. And second question would be to Public Works, and the capital program is going to double next year. I mean, it's hugely ambitious to go from 25 to 55 million. And you mentioned that there's 11 new full-time equivalents coming into the Public Works group. How are they distributed across departments? How many of them actually are in CIP, Capital Improvement Program roles?
Yes, I can field that one. I know Gene will get more details about the program itself, but we have 5 positions within the engineering division. 4 of those are fully within the CIP program, and includes the CIP engineering manager, which we're moving on now as part of the priorities that were communicated out for this current fiscal year. And then we do have one inspector position that may be shared between development engineering and CIP.
Thank you very much.
So Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have 5 questions. For the clerk position, is that going to be an in-house or a contract position?
That's an in-house position.
Okay. And then maybe could we talk a little bit more about how the finance director folds into the city manager's office, and if that means we're hiring I couldn't tell whether we're hiring another finance director, if that's a net new position, or is that just sort of a double dipping roles type of a position for some redundancy and resiliency?
That's a Petaluma hybrid, and that's how we go. Instead of going 0 to 60, we go 0 to 30. It's a role. It's providing some continuity in the city manager's office, and creating that kind of ladder. And it's a function that Corey already serves, but unofficially. So trying to formalize that and also create larger support for the administrative services side of the city.
Great, makes sense. And then for Chief Thompson, or maybe this is for Corey, I think someone already touched on it, but, and Corey, you kind of gave a vague answer, but how much is serving the county costing us on the fire side? Do we have a number on that?
I don't have an exact number. I can tell you that last year we received approximately $800,000 in reimbursement costs. So that would go to cover our overtime costs for those positions that are assisting in other areas. But we have to backfill those positions here in Petaluma. And so there's additional costs that we incur when we send our staff to assist. And so, sorry, but the answer to your question is I'm not sure. I'd have to look at it, but it might be a good way to judge by looking at how much we received. So like I said, we received about $800,000 in cost reimbursements for overtime. So again, without looking at it, I'm not sure, but we definitely incur cost.
Okay. And then the next question is sort of a mix for Heather and Ingrid, and it's, if we were to get more proactive about land acquisition, project development in this new model, to try and, let's say, help purchase, find land for affordable housing, which department really takes that role on?
I mean, I think it would be a little bit of a partnership between Ingrid's department and my department, because you want to work closely together in terms of, what projects or what parcels should we be looking at, and which ones already have the zoning in place or would need changes, or those kind of things. More like a city-led real estate function would be out of Ingrid's department. So Ingrid and I do work a lot together on those kind of things when there's those situations. And so I would see something like that being a joint effort.
Cool. That was just more for my knowledge. And then the final one is for Chief Savano. I noticed that you had the purchase of one electric vehicle, and then I was wondering, the timing of the purchases wasn't really specified, and I was wondering if we could do the electric vehicle, in July, and then push the other vehicles out towards the end of the year to see if the pilot works before we buy more, fossil fuel vehicles.
Certainly appreciate your question, Councilmember Barnacle or Vice Mayor. So the pilot project, the reason for that is that we have found that while one agency, Fremont, has done a pilot on a sedan, there's also a larger, I say larger, but it's still a smaller SUV that provides better ergonomics and, for officers that are wearing, 30 or 40 pounds of gear. So we want to evaluate the two options, compare the results of the sedan pilot from Fremont, and then have the opportunity to test the SUV, which has not performed in a pilot program yet. With regard to can we hold off on replacing some of the vehicles, this proposed budget looks at replacing only 6. We would look at a lease option with these hybrids so that if we get to a point where either through the pilot project or another manufacturer offers an all-electric performance and safety rated police vehicle or emergency response vehicle, we could pivot and transition and not be stuck with even a hybrid if we did an outright purchase. So that's our plan, is to have that flexibility as we move forward and the technology evolves.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Posake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had one question for Corey in regards to the 8% per year increase in healthcare costs for our employees. I couldn't find a number for what our total, for all departments, how much we spend on healthcare per year. Wonder if she has a number.
I don't have the grand total. Let me look for it and I can get back to you.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, that is, and I think my second question might be similar. It's not for Corey. It's for the Chief Savano and Chief Thompson, perhaps. I have looked in the past, not recently, but within the last year and before that, I've looked for we often get comments on response time, and I've been looking for a chart or a graph of the response time over time, say over the last 10 years or more. I'm wondering if either chief could refer me somewhere where I could find such a thing.
The fire department can definitely help you on that one because we keep pretty accurate records in that regard. So over the last few years, we've been keeping track of response times. And you probably know that we're trying to achieve a 4-minute time response 90% of the time. We're currently just above 70%. So as we get more resources, those times will get closer together. But yes, we can provide that for you, and I'll do that.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And the same for us in the police department, Councilmember Posake. We look at it monthly, and if it's not already on our transparency page or portal, we'll push that up there.
Thank you.
Okay, Corey?
I just wanted to quickly respond to Councilmember Posake. The total amount that we spend on healthcare for all positions across all funds, it's about $5.8 million.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you on that. And, the question you were asking, Councilmember Posake, about response times, I believe those used to be part of the monthly departmental reports we received up until the last year and a half or so. That would be nice for that to be coming to us on a monthly basis again. Just throwing that in. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands up at this time. I do see some attendees have their hands up, and I would just like to let you know that we will open public comment at the end of the CIP. So save your questions, and you can come back and bring those along with any questions you might have on the CIP or the. And with that, we are going to go to Gina Benedetti-Pecknick.
Gina, you're going to need to unmute.
There we go. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
We can.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mayor Barrett, and good evening, City Council members. I'll be presenting our CIP, or our Capital Improvement Program budget and projects this evening. Next slide. Our CIP budget, and I'm going to continue to use that acronym, again, Capital Improvement Program budget, is just shy of $55 million in our proposed 2022 budget. And this pie chart looks at our funding uses. In a moment, we'll look at another pie chart that shows our funding sources. But this chart reflects a pretty diverse portfolio of our project types. 3 particular areas I think have grown considerably over last year's budget, and our public works infrastructure projects at 19, almost 20,000. I'm sorry, almost 20 million. And our streets, and that includes streets, bridges, traffic, and our active transportation projects are all in that public works bundle. And our facilities and parks programs are also expanded with our new budget. Next slide. These are our funding sources, again, for our roughly $55 million budget. And I think the highlights of this chart, really, the big highlight for me that we're so excited about is the rose-colored pie shape on the bottom for our Measure U bonds. And this is representing about 11% of our budget funding and completely new. So a lot of our focus has been to leverage that Measure U money across many projects and to really finally be able to do the work that the staff has and I'm sure the council has been looking for a long time. I'd also like to point out the grant funding. Staff has sought and secured about 8% of our budget from grant funding. That's in the top, it's a green pie shape. And then of note also are our enterprise funds, water, wastewater accounts for 34% of our total funding sources. Wastewater is the large blue and water a little at 1 o'clock on the pie chart in purple. And then also impact fees and street funds are large resources for our CIP. They total about 29% together. Next slide. Our airport projects total roughly 1.5 million. And these projects are largely funded by the Airport Operating Fund and the Federal Aviation Administration grants, or FAA grants. And most of these projects will be in construction this year. The hangar and apron repairs are under construction currently. And next up will be the restrooms for the hangars. That's in design now, slated for construction this summer. And the rest of the airport projects fall into the latter half of this year and into 2022. The largest of these will be the aircraft parking apron rehabilitation project for $885,000. And you'll see, I think that our bottom left photo is a close-up of the pavement at the hangar parking. And it's in bad shape, as is the windsock on the far right. The image is another photo of some really poor pavement conditions. Of course, our airport is underlain by rich, wonderful, and very expansive adobe soil, and it takes its toll rather quickly on these projects. Next slide. This slide is a chart of our facilities projects totaling just shy of $5 million. And a couple of things I want to point out on the table before I talk about any projects, but you'll see on this slide we have icons in the far right column for shovel ready, that's the shovel, and climate ready, those are our green leaves. And I should note that shovel ready is it is a little difficult to say that 100% of these are ready to dig with a shovel tomorrow, but many of them are very close and could be made closer with the right grant opportunity. So what we decided was to identify a project as shovel ready if it could become shovel ready, that is, could become permitted and designed within 6 months. So these are projects that many of them actually are truly shovel ready now, and many of them need a few months worth of work to finalize and get us there. So a note on that. And I think that I should also point out, and this is true of all of the tables that you'll see for each of the different categories of projects, and many of them that are listed here are multi-year projects. And the current year budget listed is just a portion of, in many cases, a much larger project that expands to the next fiscal year, and in some cases, several fiscal years. And those details, and you can see those details, they are in the project CIP project sheets that are toward the end or at the end of the budget book. I think I want to highlight just quickly on this slide some projects that that are of note. The community center repairs, the first one listed, will be completing actually this year. It's been an ongoing program, and we're getting ready to wrap that up later this year. We have emergency generators for a few of our key facilities coming up. We're looking at emergency power generators for City Hall, for the community center, which is critical during our emergencies. We use that as a shelter and a cooling center. And then, of course, the police station, which houses our EOC, which is our Emergency Operations Center. And the library renovation projects, there's a couple of these here. They're both supporting a major project that the Sonoma County Library System is planning for the library itself. These projects will be done in coordination with the county projects. The county is doing a significant remodel of the interior, and to complement that, the city is going to be installing an all-new fire suppression system, fire sprinklers, and new ADA access at the exterior, and that includes the parking area, which are in need of some accessibility attention. And then I'll also like to point out the facility assessment. So we have some projects slated to do a citywide assessment for energy audits that we will be using to bring forward energy savings projects for our facilities citywide, and then a public safety facilities needs assessment as well. So I think in summary on this slide, I'll say that we are leveraging, when you look into the detail in the budget sheets, where you can actually identify funding sources, you'll see that we're leveraging a lot of these projects with Measure U funding for this coming fiscal year. And I should also note that for our facilities projects, our largest funding source really is the city facilities impact fees. Next slide. These are pictures of some of the projects I just talked about. The two on the top, first two on the top, the fire suppression system. This is a photo taken up in the nether regions of the ceiling, the high open ceiling in the library for the new fire sprinklers, and ADA improvements is the next slide over for the exterior of the facility. I mentioned our energy projects, our facilities audit and energy program. On the bottom left, we are going to be installing emergency generators, as well as building up an emergency generator at the community center, and building upgrades there. And then the bottom middle photo is our police station. This facility remodel is on the books for this year, and this is a very cramped quarters, and there are some space opportunities with a remodel that we could take advantage of and create a much better and healthier work environment for staff. And then of course on the bottom right are EV chargers, which is an ongoing program that we will be continuing this summer with more installations. Next slide. I want to mention here our fire station number 1. That project is estimated currently at about a $21 million project. And you will see in the CIP detail that we have included it in our current year budget as part of our public safety facility assessment. And we show construction because of the size of this project and funding constraints. We expect that construction for this project would be out into, starting in fiscal year 2024, and it will be utilizing what we propose to be the second bond issue. And 15 million would be from bond money, and we would propose approximately 6 million utilizing facility impact fees. And I will say that my notes on the left are I think self-evident. It is a very old facility. It has a tremendous amount of needs, and it is a problematic location in some respects. So there is a lot to do there. There has been work done on this project in the past, and with our needs assessment, we'll be updating that assessment as we move forward. Next slide. And this time, I would like to introduce Drew Halter, our Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation. He'll be presenting some information about our Sonoma County Measure M Parks Initiative and the Park CIP projects. Take it away, Drew.
Thank you, Gina. Really appreciate the opportunity to give you a little break. We'll see you in a minute. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, it's my pleasure to be back to speak to you about the Parks Measure M initiative. The plan here is to provide you with a big picture overview and kind of bring it into focus to really show you what is being proposed in this year's budget and how Measure M relates to the broader spending proposals in the parks capital improvement programs in general. So again, really excited to be talking about Measure M, but more in particular, the larger projects that are non-Measure M that are all occurring in the parks as proposed in the budget. So here we go. Measure M, as a reminder, is actually, do you mind going back to that slide? Thank you. Just let these visuals burn for a little bit. Measure M is a 10-year, 1/8 cent sales tax passed by Sonoma County voters in November 2018. If you remember, 2/3 of the funding goes directly to regional parks. 1/3 of the remaining funds get divided 9 times to the cities based on population. Petaluma, being the second largest city in the county, receives the second largest appropriation. For Petaluma, this means annually between $600,000 and $650,000, according to Corey's latest estimates, that we receive in revenue. For cities across the county, the passing of Measure M meant for the first time in over a decade, there was a lifeline to help stop and even start to reverse the trend of disinvestment in parks and recreation, a lot of which are exemplified in the pictures on this slide, which is why I wanted to keep it on. While the entire annual revenue received wouldn't restore parks and recreation to pre-recession operating levels, our objective remains to create a well-balanced program of investment with Measure M over the 10-year life of the measure, based on addressing our most critical infrastructure needs and allowing and following through on the feedback we continue to receive from the community. So as we head into the year 3 of the budget cycle, year 3 of this measure, I anticipate we'll be showing much more of the after photos than just the before photos that you're seeing here. So I really hope and I'm excited, and I mean that we're starting to make some really solid ground. So next slide, please. Thank you. So here I wanted to provide a brief timeline illustrating the process used for identifying and prioritizing our park improvement investments. If you remember, back in February 2019, staff initially proposed a 10-year broad spending plan that primarily focused on our most immediate needs as it relates to our deferred maintenance and our Parks and Recreation infrastructure and department. This was provided to the Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission with the opportunity to provide feedback on the entire 10-year life of the measure. That was a lot to ask. The feedback received largely at that meeting and weeks subsequent to it sent us in a different direction, centered on more community outreach, commission review, and input from stakeholders. So that led to the next kind of big level here is October 2019, and the multi-departmental effort was undertaken to facilitate a community workshop modeled after city council goals and priorities undertaken that same year and attended by nearly 200 members of the community. Fast forward a little bit, also in the fall, an extensive public survey was published, closing in December of 2019, which provided us with approximately 900 respondents. And in January 2020, after 11 months from engaging with the community, the commission, and stakeholders, 7 prioritized categories of investment were ultimately adopted by the commission and will be used to produce the investment proposals year after year, as well as ensure that balance I spoke to earlier over the life of the measure. Since then, Measure M has been discussed at the Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission regularly, and staff also meet quarterly with the Sonoma County Citizens Oversight Committee to review the city's expenditures and proposed spending to ensure it satisfies the intent of the measure and isn't used to supplement other areas of the budget. Next slide, please. So here we have the 7 prioritized, categories of investment. While they are listed here in order of priority, they're all priorities, and we may see year after year some opportunities to leverage funds, which means a priority may see more investment than another. But year after year, this is ultimately the results of the extensive outreach and internal discussions we've had on what Petaluma's plan should be. Now, these 7 categories, regardless of the project or proposal, will all be looked through the lens of the 3 themes that came and rose above in the workshop, again in the surveys, and really industry standards. And that is one of safety, maintenance, and the environment. So whatever we do, those factors should always be used to evaluate proposed investments. Next slide, please. So this is a condensed view of, there's more specifics in the operating budget where you can see the expenditures as they align into the prioritized categories. But this really shows you a big picture of where the bulk of the funding is and that balance that we spoke to. So while I mentioned $600,000 to $650,000 is what we anticipate receiving in revenue, there was additional revenue received more than intended in last year's budget, as well as some cost savings, which has allowed us to propose an expenditure of $1,057,000 for this year's Measure M's. Now, the bulk of that you'll see is in the capital improvement projects area. We're going to talk about those in a couple slides later, and excited to do that. But again, that balance theme, park maintenance, and some really exciting service enhancements are also being proposed here. Next slide, please. Now, I apologize, the font is really small. It's hard to read, but I encourage you to go back in. This is some visuals that we're trying to illustrate how we stack up with other cities in the region about how we're spending Measure M funds and where we're spending them. This is based on the year 1 annual report that was given. On the left of your screen, you'll see the 3 largest categories. In light blue is it's the labor cost, the salary and benefits of that work. The yellow here is the parks, grounds, and facilities work. And then the darkest blue is the 20% for capital projects. So if you think back to the previous slide about where we're investing the funds, very heavy on the infrastructure this coming year, but nonetheless, that balance kind of rings through. And then on the right side of your screen, this is a list of the cities down on the x-axis on the bottom. And as you see, is Petaluma, despite spending a considerable amount of time on outreach, public engagement, we are expending our funds. We're listed second up here, spending near 70% of the funding we've been allocated, and really through being a leader on both fronts as far as our outreach, our diversity among how we're spending the money, and ultimately that we're allocating it to the projects that we say we are. So next slide, please. Thank you. And this is another kind of matrix, another view to look at kind of where we stack up region by region. These are expenditure types that the county had provided, and we use the annual report to kind of plug in who's spending money elsewhere. And while every city's different, the needs are different, the community's outreach has yielded different results. I'm really proud that Petaluma has taken the time and really provided an investment proposal that hits on all of these areas. And I think it should be commended for the vision that we're moving on. So with that, I will move on to the next. And the last slide here, again, this is the exciting one for us. In my tenure here with the city, I've never seen an investment proposal this magnitude that's really aimed at improving parks across an area that really touched on a lot of the investment categories that we hoped were priorities through the outreach that we did. So the shovels represent, like Gina spoke to, projects either in design or farther along. You can make out the asterisks on some of the CIP projects on the left. Those asterisks are funding coming from Measure M. So you've got playground replacements, you've got a skate park rejuvenation design or reconstruction design, you've got a Lucchese turf replacement, multi-use pathways, the tennis and pickleball court restructuring, and the Westridge Trail making up the lion's share of those funds. But then again, Measure M is as important as it is, represents again $1 million of this $7 million parks improvement, capital improvements plan. So really proud for that and excited to move this project along. So next slide, please. And again, these are maybe not the after photos we're looking for, but we're moving in that direction. So these are photos, particular sites and projects to kind of, again, show that balance, the diversity of the projects, and ones that we're really excited about moving forward in the very near future. So with that, I'm going to hand things back to Gina Benedetti-Petnick, and I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Drew. I'm going to pick it back up and talk about our public works infrastructure projects. This is, I believe this is our biggest chunk of our CIP program, $20 million budget for our infrastructure projects. And this chart reflects, I think, largely our increased efforts and focus on streets and active transportation that, is thanks largely due to the Measure U bond funding. Much of this couldn't be attempted without that. The projects listed here, I'm not going to go through them one by one for the sake of time, but I would like to point out the many roads projects. There's pavement restoration projects. We also have the Caulfield Bridge project, the Petaluma Boulevard South Complete Streets Road Diet project, which will be in construction this fall, and the North McDowell Boulevard Complete Streets project, which has started design. These projects that I've just listed, these roads and streets projects, total about just shy of $16 million, or roughly 80% of the public works projects. And we're excited and looking forward to presenting an upcoming Crosstown Connector workshop to update council on our Crosstown connectors, which are the Caulfield Bridge and extension, or what's been affectionately dubbed as the Southern Crossing, and the Rainier Crosstown Connector and the Lynch Creek Trail, our multi-use path and active transportation connector. Next slide, please. On this slide, I was hoping to highlight for you the many projects that are listed on the previous page that are focused on active transportation and on bike and pedestrian projects. There's traffic calming and bike boulevards, citywide striping, which includes quick build bike and ped projects, bike and ped master plan and wayfinding is underway. We have the intersection sidewalk curb returns and ADA improvements. That's a citywide project. And we also have the trestle rehab. There's a photo of that on the bottom right. The North McDowell Complete Streets I mentioned, the road diet, East Washington sidewalk frontage improvements, that's out by the airport, and pedestrian bridge assessments and pedestrian bridge renovations starting with the Balshaw Bridge. And so very excited to have so many of these streets projects and so many opportunities to not just improve the streets, but to improve those corridors for all of the users in a much more equitable way than we've been able to even attempt in the past. So next slide, please. This project is our downtown ADA improvement project, and it's an ongoing program, really. I wanted to share this slide because we've made tremendous progress in the last year on these improvements. It was a 10-year program, and we are 7 years into that program and have addressed 70% roughly of the issues that are targeted on this map. And you'll see they're all on the west side. They are for our very really old sidewalks and curb ramps. In many cases, when this project started, we were installing new curb ramps where there were none. In some cases, we're upgrading the curb ramps to make them code compliant. We're making great headway on this, and I'm delighted at the effort on this project. We do have some challenging work ahead. We've left some of the best for last, so there will be some difficult ones in the downtown area still to come before we can finish this program, and we'll be approaching these as funding comes up and as we can fit these in. You're seeing several of these in construction now when you drive through downtown. At First Street and D is one that comes to mind. Next slide, please. So I know you've all seen this slide before. It's not the first time, but I feel that it always bears a revisit because it tells, if you take the time to try and understand this crazy thing, it does a great job explaining the rationale behind some of how we prioritize these projects. So bear with me, and I'll give you just a real quick rundown for those who haven't seen this particular graph before. Across the bottom horizontal axis is the age of pavement, and the vertical axis is the pavement condition. And that big bold red line is showing what happens to a road over time and how it deteriorates. And it starts out, of course, when it's first installed on the top left in excellent condition. And over the first, 5 to 10 years, the degradation is, a relatively flat curve for 75% of the life of the road. But that last quarter of its life, from 10 years out to 13 years, if you will, on the bottom axis, it just takes a nosedive. And we have roads, certainly many of them in this condition, where we haven't done preventative maintenance on these roads and protected them and preserved them along the way, and they are degraded to this point. And North McDowell is one of those. Petaluma Boulevard South is one of those. Maria was one of those until we reconstructed that road. And so on the very right-hand side, there's a column with some comments, and that's explaining how inexpensive, at the top of that chart, how inexpensive it is to do a crack seal or a seal coat on a relatively new road that's in decent condition. And if you see that top black line that goes across the curve, and it says $2 for pavement protection here. That's showing spending a couple dollars a square yard every several years. And at the end of 25 years, you still have a road that's in good to fair condition, if you read across that chart. And compare that to down at the very bottom of the chart in the pink, where it says reconstruct $16 a square yard, and you're spending a tremendous amount of money to basically rebuild a road at that point. And then the fair and poor condition roads are in between in terms of cost. And I noticed in the very middle, there's the very middle of this chart, $4 for reactive maintenance. That's a road where you perform the work after it's gone, after 75% of its life. It's in pretty bad condition. Where it intersects that red line, you can see it's not so good. It's poor, and you can get it up to good condition, but it's still a maintenance project. It's not a reconstruction project, and you can see that curve that comes down from there, how quickly you lose that condition again. You're back to poor condition in just a few years. So this speaks to different methods of pavement treatments and when they're appropriate to use and what the differing costs are. Thanks. Next slide, please. And this slide talks a little bit about how we prioritize our projects. And it really starts at staff level with a very objective process utilizing a pavement analysis program called Street Saver. It takes into consideration the budget, the cost of the treatments, the condition of the pavement, which is the PCI index, pavement condition index, and the road classification. That's talking about whether it's an arterial with high volume or a collector with a little less volume, or maybe a residential neighborhood street with much lower volumes. All of that's taken into account, and we from that program have recommendations for where we should be spending our money for the most value. The best bang for the buck is what we get out of that analysis. But we can't stop there. We take that information and then we start running it through a vetting process that I think is, we certainly intend it to be thorough and thoughtful and exhaustive. And we take into consideration all of these right hand around the black circle, all of those considerations, everything from public safety, and of course community input is huge. Street maintenance and staff input. We run this by our operations folks and our street folks. We look at transit and active transportation connections, take that into account, as well as where there's grant money available. Sometimes we'll have money available for one type of project and not others. And then a huge coordination with our utility and operations folks to make sure that we're not ripping up streets that in 5 years need to have utilities dug out for replacement projects for water or sewer. So always trying to juggle that and make sure that we're coordinating the timing with our utility projects. Next slide, please. So this slide reflects a conversation that we had with council. We presented these scenarios when we were considering how to best utilize and leverage our Measure U monies. And scenario one was continuing with the status quo that we have had, where we would have a $12 million CIP budget, and the pavement condition index, the pavement index, would actually continue to drop, meaning the street conditions would worsen overall in town down to a 39 level. And I don't have that PCI index here, but I know many of you have seen that. And it would continue a very large backlog of street maintenance work and street reconstruction work of 144 million. And then scenario 2 was utilizing Measure U money, but not bonding for it, just pay as you go. As the tax money came in, we would spend it in bits and pieces, in trickles, and we could increase our CIP budget under that scenario to about 20 million. And we would with that money be able to stop our pavement index from dropping anymore. We could sort of hold our pavement at its current and very low level in terms of its condition. And we could take a little chunk out of the backlog and have that reduced to 138 million. And then scenario 3, which was staff recommendation, and what the rest of this budget is based on, is a bonded Measure U, where we could now dedicate almost 40 million to our CIP program, and we could take our pavement index up to a 48, and we could really take a good notch out of our backlog down to 117 million. And so this scenario 3 is the basis of course, the CIP budget that you're seeing tonight. Next slide, please. This pie chart is a 5-year plan based on scenario 3, and it will improve 150 lane miles. So that's miles of lanes, not miles of roads precisely, but miles of lanes, out of the 400 total lane miles that we have in the city, or approximately 38% of those lanes. And we feel that this is a very balanced approach. We utilized our Street Saver program. We've gone through the vetting and prioritization process that I've described. And from that, we are proposing to spend the largest chunk, naturally, on the worst roads. They are the most expensive, as we saw in the earlier slides, to repair. And that's $20 million toward the reconstruction effort. And then we're just going to go around clockwise as you read the pie chart. And the next largest chunk is for our poor roads. The next, or I should say the less impacted after the poorest, and that's $9.5 million. Fair condition roads, we're proposing $2.5 million. Again, these are rough numbers that I'm reciting, but you can read to more detail on the slide. And then finally, preventative maintenance. These are the slurry seals and the cape seals that we can do over many more lane miles. There's a lot more lane miles in that 6 million on the preventative maintenance. Those are streets that are in pretty decent condition, and we don't have to spend a lot to do some preventative work on those. And then lastly, there's 1.3 million on traffic signal work. And next slide, please. This slide is a recitation of a map that you've seen before, most council has seen before. These are the project streets that were included in our funding request for 2021 for pavement restoration. And if you peek over at that map, I think the biggest takeaway you'll see is the green roads, the roads that are overlaid in a green highlight. Those are the many roads and the most lane miles that are those roads that are in the best condition. That's the slurry seal roads. And then you'll, and it's really hard to read, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on the map. I know it's small, and it isn't the first time this map's been presented, but I think it does give you just a real quick idea of how many roads we can accomplish when they're in decent condition, and as all we have to do is a slurry seal on them. The reconstruction projects are the royal blue projects, and you'll see Petaluma Boulevard South, and you'll see, I think Hopper is on there, and I do not yet see on this one, I don't see North McDowell, I do see Rainier. So there are two large projects that we sort of we broke them out from the overall CIP project. We gave them their own CIP projects. And so the two that we did that with were the Petaluma Boulevard South Complete Streets Road Diet, which we've talked about, and the section of Rainier Avenue between Sonoma Mountain Parkway and McDowell, which is a great opportunity for some active transportation enhancements. And of course, as is the road diet, most of you are familiar with the design of the road diet, and I think I have a slide coming up to share that again with you. But these two projects are major volume roads where we are proposing some very significant bike and ped improvements. And then before I leave this slide, I do want to say that every single one of these streets that you're looking at on that map, and there's a lot of them, that's 153 road segments and 25.5 miles of roadway. Each of those are evaluated now as we proceed and as we let contracts, looking at where we can incorporate quick build strategies for traffic calming and for bike and pedestrian improvements. So, thanks. Next slide. And here's the Petaluma Boulevard South Complete Streets Road Diet. This is a photo looking north on Petaluma Boulevard South, and it is overlain with the diagram of what the new lane configuration would be. The existing lanes are 2 lanes in each direction with no bike lanes. And it's a little hard to see here, but the sidewalk and the curb ramps and a lot of driveways, particularly the residential driveways, are very challenging for access along Petaluma Boulevard South. This project will be bringing in a middle turn lane and then 1 lane of traffic on either side of that, and bike lanes to the outside in each direction. And this project is being funded from OBAG, which is stands for One Bay Area Grant. And it is going to be in construction this fall, long awaited. In preparation for this project, we have replaced we're in the process of completing the installation of the city water main and connections to homes and businesses. Prior to that, the sewer utilities were completed, and last year PG&E came in and they replaced the gas main on this section. So all of the utilities now having been completed, we're poised to start finally the road construction. Next slide, please. This is a slide showing a $2.5 million budget for our recycled water projects. All 4 of these we've labeled climate ready because all of them are enhancing and improving our recycled water delivery system and processing system. And 2 of them are shovel ready, and will be at the bottom. They are the 2 at the bottom listed: the recycled water system expansion phase 1 for Maria Loop and the system expansion for agriculture. 1 in design, 1 planning, and both of them will be starting construction this year. Next slide, please. Surface water is a smaller budget. This is a $1 million budget. We have 4 projects here. And let's see here, we have the storm drain trash capture device pilot, which we have just started in the planning phase. That one is that the furthest out? Wilson Stormwater is also out there. So these 2 in the middle are both in planning stage and won't be implemented this year. Will be planned, and we'll be doing environmental and permitting, and construction will follow. And the 2 that we will implement this year are the very first one, the Old Corona Road Water Quality Mitigation Project. There's an aerial shot of that on the bottom left. And this is a mitigation project that is being funded by Caltrans and in association with their Highway 101 widening project. And the one on the very bottom is the Edith Street drainage improvements that I would like to see completed before we have any heavy rains, if we have any heavy rains. So I am excited about, it's a very small project. It's not a big one, but it is one of these, it's the middle photo, by the way, down below. And it is it is just a small street off of East D that is not, it just has no drainage. There is no storm drainage design there. And so we're going to be picking up the game there and trying to move water away from these residences and reduce some seasonal flooding that they see. Next slide, please. Transit projects, 300,000 in transit projects. And as you can see, many of them are identified as climate ready. The bus stop improvements we'll see installed this summer, and the transit yard gate electrification also. And then the transit admin building, this is on North McDowell and Rainier, has getting a building roof overlay. That'll be this fall. And then following those projects, there will be transit yard fleet electrification project. We are just starting the planning on that project. That is a larger project. One of those that I mentioned earlier, where you'll just see in this year's budget some planning money, and then in subsequent years we'll start seeing some serious capital investment as we get through design and go into implementation. And that's a shot of the roof overlay in the bottom right. Well, it's a shot of why we need a roof overlay on the bottom right. And the middle photo is one of our bus stops. And then of course the fleet planning is our left-hand photo. Next slide, please. Wastewater, $12 million on wastewater projects. There's some hefty projects in here, and a couple of very large projects that are just closing out. We're very excited about that. And those are the second and third ones listed: the CNG fueling station at Ellis Creek Water Recycling Facility and the Ellis Creek High Strength Waste Facilities, also at Ellis Creek. Those projects have already started to deliver CNG, compressed natural gas, to the Recology fleet. It is not ramped up yet. As we close this out, we'll start seeing a lot more utilization, and we'll be delivering a lot more of that fuel. And I should say that it is also going to be providing other opportunities for CNG that we might use as an alternative fuel for some of our other city projects. So, and an option, I think, has been asked, an option for some of the emergency generators, perhaps, that we're looking at. It's part of the assessment that we're just getting underway. And what else did I want to talk about on wastewater? The larger projects here are, I'm sorry, back on that last slide real quick. The chemical system upgrade is a major project that is just in the plan, just started the planning stages. And we think we'll be able to see that go into construction by this time next year. And the sewer main replacement program at Payran and Madison, that's in design, and that will actually go into construction this fall. And our PIPS force main replacement is a very large project that we've started design on, and again won't go into construction until next year, but we're very excited to get that underway. And that force main runs from the PIPS facility on Hopper down to the Ellis Creek Water Recycling Facility. And then the Ellis Creek Outfall project I wanted to mention, that project is in design and the first phase of that project is scheduled to start this fall in 2021. Next slide, please. And here's some photos. I didn't talk about manhole rehabilitation. I think it was the first one listed on the prior page, but it's an ongoing project where every year we're spending capital money to fix our old dilapidated manholes. So that's a shot of one of our new manhole covers going in. The PIPS force main replacement is shown here. That's actually a shot taken at the Courtyard facility. And then the chemical system upgrade at Ellis Creek is notable because of its size and breadth. It touches on many structures and processes at the water recycling facility. It is in dire need of repair and reconstruction, largely mechanical work that I'm talking about, but also structures and some reconfiguration. And then at the bottom is our Ellis Creek outfall replacement, which is getting underway in the fall. And next slide, please. Our water utility projects total $4.5 million in our proposed 22 budget. We have a couple of these that are shovel ready and in design. That's the Hardin Manor tank exterior recoating, and you'll see a photograph of a tank recoating on the bottom right to give you an idea of what a project like that entails. A lot of scaffolding for one. That project is slated to start probably this winter, but there's a chance we might get it going in the fall. And then the Santa Rosa JC water main project, which we hope to start this summer. And the other projects will, the water service replacements, I have the next slide will give you a visual on that. And SCADA upgrades are that's a much larger project, and that's just starting in the planning phase. So we'll be spending some planning money on that this year. And the well construction, we hope to be in construction by fall. So next slide, please. I think I have water service replacements. So this is an ongoing project. I feel like it's never ending. There are 6,000 water services that need replacement in the city. We've completed about a third of them to date. And the map on the right, if you could just, I realize it's tiny, but I think you'll get the gist of it. You can kind of see 101 going through the middle of that. And largely on the east side, you see the pink areas, that pink shading. And those are the polybutylene pipe that are our highest priority to replace. It was used from the 1970s to the mid-90s, and it is highly prone to failure. It is very, very problematic. And so you see in the bottom left photo, that's the new water service being installed from a main going to a resident, very likely to a residence. And then you see the meter boxes to the right of that. And is that the end? What is my next slide? Oh, that's it. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Sorry that took a while, but there's a lot of projects, and I'll turn it back to Corey.
Before we go to Corey, did you want to do acknowledgements now, or do you want to wait? Do you want to do them now? Okay, go ahead.
Sure. Thanks, Gina. So yeah, I just want to acknowledge the many city staff members that participate in this budget process annually. I like to specifically recognize finance staff. So Isabel Kraft, who spent hours assisting with pulling this document together. Janine Tedrow and Sue Simmons in my department, and then all the department representatives, all the directors, all of the support staff. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all of your teamwork and dedication to pull this complex document together. It's greatly appreciated.
Well, and appreciated by the council as well. It really is a step up. You know, the budgets have been improving over the last few years, but this is a giant improvement, and it's got a lot of good news, so that helps. So, okay, thank you. So if we can stop sharing the screen for a little bit so I can see if council members would have questions. And anybody have any CIP questions or comments? I'm not seeing any raised hands. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, Councilmember King.
Sorry about that. I did have just one question on the Lynch Creek Trail, CIP 43. The funding allocation estimate is $7.3 million over, I think it's a 5-year period. And the description in the budget indicates that initially the funding will come from traffic mitigation fees. Is there an anticipation that as it gets later in the cycle over the years, that funding will come from a different source than traffic mitigation fees?
Yes, absolutely. We don't have the funding sources identified for the outer years. And I think by way of explanation, I want to just preface the discussion by saying that the entire length of the trail ultimately is included in this CIP project. And that's why it's going out to fiscal year 25-26. It's a really long trail. And of course, what we're doing this year is a very small section of it that will be in construction soon. And we have identified the traffic impact fees for fiscal year 22-23, and we hope to do a good section next year with that money. And we're going to work to get the biggest piece we can of the worst possible areas. And then after that, our funding is unidentified. So fiscal years 23-26, as you can see, we haven't identified funding sources. We will be scouring for grant money for those projects. It does not look like there will be Measure U money available for those projects, or for this project. And so we'll be looking for grants on this one. And I don't think it will be hard to find. And we will have much of it shovel ready as we get to that point. We're designing it now. So I think we'll be in a good position to be successful on those on some grant applications for some of that.
I think that's all I had for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Barnacle, followed by Councilmember Healy.
Yeah, thank you. Are we asking questions or providing comments right now? Are we going to go to the public and come back to council, or should we be?
You should do anything you would like to ask of the staff at this point, or to comment on.
Okay. Okay. I have comments on the different sections. I'll start with facilities because that's where we started. One of the things that I'm wondering about is when I read how to do affordable housing, it says to catalog city-owned properties. And when I see the police facility renovation work and the honestly, the police solar project and the parking lot project, and then the energy audits and the city hall renovation, I can't help but think, are we kind of putting the cart before the horse in terms of looking at, should we be consolidating and intensifying our land uses so that we can, use some of that property for housing? And when I read the facilities projects, it doesn't seem like that's even on the table. And maybe it's not, but that's just something that I've been wondering about.
Thanks, Councilmember Barnacle, for the comments. I don't know that I can speak to and have not done a deep dive on city facilities and housing implementation. I will say that our general plan effort coming up that we've just started and the housing element portion of that will certainly be exploring that, I'm sure, among a lot of other opportunities for housing. But I have not done the work and research on that to respond any other way. And I think perhaps Heather or Peggy may have a comment on this.
I would just add, thank you, Gina. I would just add that we'll be doing site analysis as we do needs analysis for all of our public safety facilities to see where these should be best located and, what type of shared facility would make sense, if any. So, that will also help us also identify areas for potential affordable housing, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I just wonder if maybe the money put towards energy audits and the police renovation and the public safety assessment might just be better for like a facilities plan or something. To just like kind of think, should City Hall be where City Hall is, or should it be in the center of the city, right next to the library, or something along those lines? And what might that look like? And could we build, a bunch of housing right next to the high school or something over here on the west side? I'm not sure, but I think that my concern is that we're doing a lot of small projects on facilities, and we're coming up to a phase in our city's growth where we're going to have really, really intense pressure to build housing. And I think maybe we should take a step back and look at our own properties. So that's my comment on the facilities. I'm really excited about the transit and all the fleet planning and the electrification planning, because I'm pretty sure that the state, the feds, and PG&E are all going to have more money coming for fleet electrification. So it's really great timing on that. On the roads, I'd love to see if we could maybe get the trestle into Congressman Huffman's ear and see if we can shake the money out of the federal government for something on the trestle, if that's possible. I love the traffic calming and bike boulevard program. I was just talking to someone who's reading a book about how the Dutch, created their bike culture. And one of the things they said is you need to ride every street. And then there's a whole bunch of other things, including, they created a campaign called Stop Murdering Children. But there's a lot that goes into building bike culture. And I think that part of that program needs to have actually having people go out and ride the streets and give feedback to inform what's going on, and really sort of make it an agile, interconnected process. I'm not clear why Rainier has 3.7 million next year and nothing this year, and I'm just wondering what's going on with Rainier. Someone comment on?
I will say that we have taken early planning on Rainier about to the point where we are prepared to look at and start negotiation on land acquisition. There's considerable work there, and we, as a group, decided to step back and take a breath until we could update council on our crosstown connector information. There's updates on Lynch Creek Trail. There's updates on on the Southern Crossing, the Caulfield Bridge and extension, as well as this. And we felt that, we needed to make sure that we were moving forward in a direction that was consistent with council's interest at this point. So, that's, it's
Awesome.
sitting
Thank
there,
you.
it's sitting there waiting for us.
Vice Mayor,
Okay.
I'm gonna interrupt you for a second because I see Public Works Director Beatty's hand is up and maybe he has something to respond to you with.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I would just add to that, Gina. That's right on target. I'm hearkening back to our cross-town connector workshop. I think it was late in 2019, and at that, we got some feedback. Rainier was a little further along in the planning process. We presented what traffic impact fees we had at that time. We needed to bring Caulfield along, looking at a traffic analysis between the two, so we can kind of provide more information about, if we have this limited funds, where does it go better to address traffic? And then with the Caulfield, and you'll see in the budget right now, when we looked at the flood impacts of what we had in our concept design, where it was one, a shorter span, and it encroached on the river. When that analysis was done, it actually needs to be a larger span, so that drives the cost up on that front. But with Rainier, we've kind of, like Sheena said, we've brought it to this point. We want to make sure we get Caulfield kind of a similar point, and we understand and can present to you, what the benefits of each are to the community if we were to move forward. So, and where to put the next effort. And Rainier is, we have, as any development interests have come up, we have engaged with them to understand what might be coming in those parcels that are kind of contingent upon contingent upon that development. So of that roadway as well. So I don't know if anything else I wanted to add there, but I did want to speak quickly to the facilities piece, and I've been thinking about this quite a bit in my tenure here. We just facilities have been totally neglected, and we did do a condition assessment, so we know what the condition is of them. And there has been work done in the past on the police station and the fire station, and we need to pull those plans and those things back that we just didn't have the funds to move forward and refresh those. So as I look at our broad portfolio of facilities, we've got a public safety facilities assessment that's included in this budget. We are we heard loud and clear about a parks master plan, and that will touch on a bunch of our facilities. We have a courtyard master plan that we're continuing to develop. There's a lot of factors that go into that. And tenants there on that property, and COTS included, that we need to understand their needs before we move forward there. And I think we're covering the majority of our facilities. I think City Hall is one that we don't quite have that full plan of if that's the right place and the footprint for it. But we are moving on some improvements there. It's just there's going to be we can see there's only going to be limited funding going forward. So that's the we've kind of covered all the others. And I don't know, Peggy, if you want to speak more to that.
Thanks, Jason. That was actually really comprehensive. But all I would add was that the improvements that we're looking at are like safety things that we needed to do a long time ago. So if it's just it's not uber comprehensive, it's investment we need to make now in order for those buildings to be safe to be in. So I'm just going to underline that. Bigger ticket items would be moving City Hall, and we would need to talk about where that funding would come. But I would just say there are things, Vice Mayor, that we need to deal with now. So that's
Understood.
That's why the urgency. So thank you.
That's a perfectly reasonable answer. I was just wondering. And then on the roads too, there's no mention of Corona, and I think we need to put that we need to restart conversations with Caltrans. Janice submitted a comment on that earlier today, but I'd like to see something start on that. We're building a train station right there, and we're doing the Complete Streets project. We really should be thinking about that holistically as an upgraded crosstown connector. And then my final comments are related to the parks. There's no funding in there right now for a parks master plan. And I think there was a lot of comments on that at the priorities workshop. So I hope, I'd like to see things move around on that. We received a letter maybe a month and a half back around the Friends of Petaluma River dock. And I'd just like to make sure that that's at some level being acted on the field. I'd like to make sure we don't have rubber. We're not going back with rubber on the Lucchese turf. Great. Awesome. And then the last thing is the skate park. And we talked about safety being a top priority. And I personally, I feel like it's out of alignment with what we say our values are around safety and equity and environment and things like that, to be building the East Washington sports field and making that a priority. There was a really great public comment on that, and the image was really, really powerful. And the East Washington sports field is building over a wetland. Right, and we just had a conversation, I think, about not doing wetland trading. And so, we have a skate park that's, really old. It's known as the spleen remover. And people show up and advocate for it. And from what I can tell, we've done the pickleballs, we've done the tennis courts, but that picture really showed a lot of support for the skate park and a lot more than what we're giving. And I can't, like, in my conscious think that we should. And then you look at McNear, and the McNear bleachers are falling apart. There's holes out there. There's things that need to be done. And why we're building, putting $4 million for a phase of this new facility when we can't maintain the facilities we already have. I just can't get behind the parks budget as it is right now. Like, that skate park needs to be funded, and we need to reassess that. That's my stance on that. But I'm wondering, maybe someone can give me some confirmation that, we're going to get the skate park built or something. But it's too much for me to ignore.
Sure. I'm happy to take a stab at it. And thank you, Vice Mayor Barnacle, for your comments and feedback. And, as a liaison to the Rec and Parks Commission, I know you've been engaged in Measure M since you joined the seat. So welcome. And I think I'd answer that in a couple ways. There was a lot there and a lot to digest, but I think it's important when we talk about investments in parks that not all parks are created equal, right? And we only have a few of those parks that we designated as active community parks that really serve a broader population than those in the immediate area. And these are parks like Lucchese, parks like McNear, and parks like the Petaluma Community Sports Field. And so this baseball field in particular represents not an east side asset, not a west side, one in the same. It really represents would represent the only full field dedicated baseball field in Petaluma, and a home for those that age out of Little League at 13 all the way up through high school. So that's kind of how I would address the baseball comment. Skate park, we've heard loud and clear, and we're aligned with our commitments that we heard at the workshop. They're reinforced with the surveys and the comments we've heard since. Those projects you mentioned, like tennis court and pickleball, they're under construction, but nothing has been built yet. And playgrounds are the same way. It all starts with that first step, and we're really excited that this proposal includes a big first step. And we hope with the council's support that will turn into bringing in what we anticipate being really significant outreach with the skateboard coalition, their users, because this is going to be a very unique project and one that needs to serve the broader community in a site that has challenges and constraints. So that's a lot. Maybe it's just add more questions, but I took a stab. If there's anything else I can clear up.
Well, the Friends of the Petaluma River Dock too was the other item, and then I do want to ask a follow-up question on the skate park. So go ahead. The Friends of the Petaluma River Dock.
Sure. The Friends of the River have been incredible partners. Peggy, perhaps you want to take this one with the latest from them, and then I can fill in anything after that.
Well, I would just say that we did apply for appropriations through our through Congressman Huffman's office for that specific project, because we think that it could have a high likelihood of getting funded either through that or through the federal stimulus, just because it's a good partnership project. But I would also say, and I believe the Friends of the Petaluma River would also tell you that until we do a little bit more work on design and CEQA, it'll be difficult to really land on an amount. And I think there was an initial amount, but I think in order to get a really good, solid, ticket price on that, we need to do some more work. So, we would probably look at a mid-year budget adjustment.
Okay. So at the parks meeting, the last parks meeting, I can't remember who it was, but someone said that the $150K wasn't actually enough to make the skate park shovel ready. And so my questions are, how much more do we need to put into the skate park to make sure that it's shovel ready? And then the parks master plan, how much are we going to allocate any funding to that? I guess those are my two
skate park,
sort of specific questions.
Skate park, we won't know until we actually do design and site analysis, right? Is it the right site? What do we need to do? So we got to do, as Drew said, we got to make that first step. So that's why we've got the money in there. Otherwise, it's just going to be, a guessing game. So that's why we have that money in there. And then once we have that work done, then we can assume, what kind of funding we need. And as far as the park master plan, I guess it would be really helpful for staff to understand what the goal of Parks Master Plan is, because we've done a lot of planning for our parks, but if it's truly just reimagining our parks, then I would argue that's not a Parks Master Plan. It's some other type of work that bringing on a consultant to help us figure out whether it's carbon farming or different use of our parks, totally different approach. But a Parks Master Plan has a different connotation. So I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, my thoughts are, where does rehabilitating the field at McNear and the McNear bleachers fall relative to the East Washington Community Sports Field and the skate park? And there's projects that aren't on the capital improvement program for parks that ultimately need to get done. And if we don't know where those are, we can't prioritize. And so when I think of a master plan, it's what are we trying to accomplish and what's the pathway to get there?
And I would just say on the ball fields, and Drew, Jason, please step in, but I would say that, every project is in varying stages of completion, and the ball fields have been underway for, a decade. So we're trying to bring that one home. Whereas McNear Park, which we also talked to our Leghorns group and others, that would be another, it would be in a different phase, right? We'd still have to do design, and we'd have to do that first leg of work that we're doing for the skate park. So it's in varying degrees of completion. And I would say the ball fields are this close to getting done. So that's why that's a priority right now.
Yeah, thank you, Peggy. And I would also, the funding for those, the baseball, the East Washington fields, the Petaluma sports fields, that is, a big planning process went into that. It is supported by our parkland impact fees, that work and that build out according to that plan that was worked on for quite some time. And I think some other council members were involved in that are sitting here as well. So there is that piece too. What funding is available to do that with, and we've it's similar to our bike and ped facilities. We can find grant funding to build trails often, but it's that maintenance piece that is so hard to come by and keep up the trails as well. So yeah, and that's similar with the parks. As development happens, they get constructed over the years, and then if it's not set up properly, we don't have the money to maintain them at the level they should be. I did want to address real quick the comment on the wetland out there at the East Washington fields. There was a low-lying area that was created when we did the last phase, and that we went out and followed the procedures to do a wetland delineation, and it was a low area depression that was then determined to be a low-grade wetland, and the plans have a new wetland that's going to be even better and larger to be constructed there on site and offset that impacts of that low-lying area that was left after the first grading phase and then developed over a few years into, quote, a wetland. So I think we're going to end up with a much better habitat, wetland habitat at the end of this baseball project than is currently there. And I would say that to that. Thank you.
Okay, I'll leave it with this, that I just, as a person who showed up to council meeting before I was on, to see the image of just how much the skaters showed up and just how long they've been advocating for this, and to hear that story, it really strikes a nerve with me. And that's why I'm just sharing that, because and I want to make sure that we find the money for it, and I think it's a higher priority than a lot of the other things on the parks list. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy, followed by Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. So just limiting myself to the CIP program at this point, just a few points. I continue to advocate for Fire Station 1 to be pulled out and fast-tracked among all the public safety facilities, because that is clearly the highest priority. And a lot of this work was done 12 and 15 years ago, and it just needs to be looked at again. Where a station can be built to maintain response times, that work was done, and nothing much has changed. And we had a piece of property donated to the city by a developer, and over $500,000 in architectural fees incurred. And I'm not really anxious to flush that money down the drain. That's not how we treat tax dollars in this town. So I would like to see that fast-tracked and brought forward, so we can finally get a replacement for that 80-year-old fire station. Thank you. Minor point, but it's one of the points that was responded to by staff earlier today. The next phase of demolition at the old sewer plant on Hopper Street, I really think needs to include the old structure between the Mary Isaac Center and the future Caulfield Extension. That's land that could be used for Mary Isaac's next phase of expansion. It's not land that's usable for the city. And I continue to be frustrated that we haven't gotten a status update on the master plan for the courtyard. That work has been going on for months, if not longer. And I have no idea what staff or anyone else is thinking about how COTS and the courtyard are going to coexist down there in terms of their expansion plans and our needs to consolidate a couple of different maintenance facilities. I'd like to see the Balshaw Bridge get its restorative coating this year, as opposed to just planning, and maybe 3 years from now we'll think about it. And then finally on the CIP, on CIP 40, we need to have an identified funding source that we're starting to save money for the next dredging round, not just say unidentified. I mean, if we can't identify and start saving money right after Measure U passes, we'll never be able to do it. So this is the year we need to find a funding source and get started. So those are my comments on the capital improvement program. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald, followed by Councilmember Posake and Fisher.
Thank you very much. There's a huge amount to cover in all of this, and where to start. So one thing I haven't seen is that we've had in previous years a program to collaborate with citizens to upgrade sidewalks, to repair their sidewalks, to finance it and whatnot. And I was hoping that we could have a better incentive and finally start making a dent in bad sidewalks. Can someone point me to how we can do better sidewalks in town? Or is that loan program still in?
It is included in the CIP program. That loan program is an element of one of the CIP projects.
So
would that be 58?
The citywide program.
Citywide one, yeah.
Yeah. 58.
And the money on that looked like enough to do the intersection work that we've been, like the Caulfield change. It didn't look like it had any sort of substantive funds to that. And I think if we want to get sidewalks better and make this a more walkable town, we need to fund at a higher rate than that. And it doesn't specifically say coordinate with private parties, I don't believe. So that would be one comment. And then I noticed that some of the projects say that they'll occur after the water master plan. And I'm wondering if the water master plan is coming soon?
It is rolling along. We're doing the water modeling right now, and then that will roll right into the water master plan.
And with the rapid rate of paving going on, are we well enough coordinated with knowing which pipes?
Yeah, we have a very good idea of which water mains we need to do and which water services we need to replace. The water master plan is more about building the total system to support not only development but having resiliency within it. The cross connections across the town that may need to be there between tanks, the wells. Where we should locate those, whether we should rebuild that reservoir on Oak Hill in order to have another emergency storage, and just running through that kind of building up that. Mainly focused on resiliency and
do we have a summary of the 5-year impact fee? I mean, a lot of things out to the future we're all, we'll take this out of impact fee, we'll take this. Do we have a chart showing the balance of that? It seemed difficult not knowing the future impact fees to have that chart.
Jason, I can
yeah, thank you.
So we do analyze our impact fees. There is not a chart within the budget document. It's what we do internally in preparation for the CIP planning.
But we know that the earmarks we've made in the upcoming years are within the projected range.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Then on the firehouse issue, Firehouse 1, I definitely concur that we need to accelerate that. Just because I'm pretty clear that there's not there's an easy path to determine if there's a better site or not. I think it's a very quick look. I mean, to have a street with 2 accesses that's already had a study on it should be easy enough to bring that forward. I do understand if the 2 bond system makes it only constructible at a certain timeline, but that's for a different discussion. The skate park, yeah, Petaluma Skate Park is very old. My skaters were 9 and 12 at the time, and the 12-year-old thought it was too much for a little kid, and the 9-year-old loved it, and the 9-year-old went on to skate to be sponsored and skate at Castle and have a great time, and still carries his skateboard. But so many things have changed there. I mean, it's the Firehouse 1 of skateboard parks. It is positively ancient, but the ballpark out at East Washington has a long story behind it as well, and especially before it was a soccer field, it was intended as a softball complex. And I got in there and got that developer to put a soccer field in and change his design. And then later, when his design wasn't fundable as a private party, I got 3 soccer fields go in there on a private project, potential private project. And when I couldn't swing that, the city stepped up and said, enough people in this town want a sports complex like this that we need to do this. We got over 60% of the people in town to vote for Measure X, which was to fund that complex as a combined facility. It was beautiful plans for it and everything. But because of the city has never had enough money, they said, well, let's just do the soccer stuff first and we'll come back. And we promise we'll come back and we'll take care of baseball at a future date. And I think that's a promise that's got to come true now. I mean, it's been a long, long wait. And it's not a zero-sum game. It's not if this happens, this other thing doesn't happen. It's a matter of building for a complete plan. So I like the plan idea, but there was certainly a complete master plan for that park at that time. My other comments on other items, the Rainier Road diet of paint. I mean, I really think we got to roll out a good PR campaign to in that area, because it does look a little like a drag race out there, but it's exactly what we want to stop to allow better active transportation, reduce speeds. Then the bike wayfinding, it has a bike master plan study. That's a group that's been advocating for this for a long, long time. The bike map that the city displays is 2008. And there's been other efforts to put up a green path around town. My problem is, though the master plan's there's no actual signage money for construction. And I think we at least should get the stage. That's every year you're going to need 20, 50,000 to put up signage on one more piece of route. And you can agree on routes at that rate. So I think we really need construction money into wayfinding for bikes. And bike boulevards, I just piggyback on, let's get one done this year. And we talk about the North McDowell project quite a bit, but I note in the budget, and we should all be aware of this, that its actual bigger spending is 22-23, which means all the heavy construction is still quite a ways off. So unless that's a 2-year contract that gets awarded all at the beginning and can have contractor accelerated efforts, we're still a ways away from getting that good active transportation. But it's just so fun to see so many projects and so much funding. I'm just giddy about the potential improvements here in town. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Posake, followed by Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of my questions I think have already been addressed. I suppose I would just like to make a point at this time, which I think others have made, maybe without actually saying so, is that, I think it is important for us to continue to look at decisions that were made and stalled 10 and more years ago, and that we should not feel obligated to continue in the same directions that were decided 10 years ago. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just want to start out by thanking staff and our city manager. This is my 3rd cycle, and putting the accomplishments and the goals in each section is really helpful. It really attaches the numbers to something tangible. And so I thought it was a document that I had a lot of questions when I first started reading it, and those questions were ultimately answered by the time I finished it, most of them. And so I want to preface with that, and also say that I think that the budget really reflects who's sitting up here and what we've been talking about for the past year. The emergency generator. So I'll get to the CIP questions. I see that we're wanting to put emergency generators everywhere. I don't know if we've purchased any yet, but a question, particularly at the police station where we're putting in the solar panels, would it be possible, and I don't know enough about this, but I know that generators are not what we want to be buying right now. Could we spend that money on backup solar for that array that we're putting in at the police station, and whether that would be sufficient to meet the needs that the generator would meet? And then I'll talk more about the Parks Master Plan that I raised during the goal setting session. To me, what that looks like is sort of a comprehensive view of all of our parks. Right now, we don't even have a map that really identifies all of our parks and our open spaces and our growth boundaries, right? And so wanting to know, where the facilities lie, where do we provide tennis courts? Where do we provide basketball courts? And because we have a chunk of money sitting there for park acquisition, and, where are we going to identify where that park is needed given what we have? And also looking at, we need to start sequestering carbon, and we have, community members who are starting to go out for grants to put trees in our parks. And the question is, well, which parks do we want to put trees in? Where is that appropriate? And so while we did all the survey work and outreach to the community about what they wanted, and that's where skate park came to the top, and, and trails, that might be different now that we've gone through a year of pandemic. But so now that we know what the community needs are and desires are, then let's look at their inventory. What do we have? And what do we need? Or what do we not need any longer? If we have a play structure over here, do we really need that play structure any longer? Or is that a community that it doesn't really utilize it? And so that was my vision for the Parks Master Plan, and thought that it could be made up of, that we could have a group made up with somebody from the Youth Commission, the Senior Advisory Council, the Climate Commission, all sitting on it and having their voice in. And, can we use the Climate Commission framework plan as a model to say, okay, this is really a community effort? Yes, we will need to hire a facilitator, but we don't, can we write it ourselves? I don't know. So those were my thoughts.
Okay, thank you for that. And now we will hear from Councilmember King. Oh, I'm sorry. Before you start, Jason Beatty was going to say something. Sorry.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was trying to touch on some of these things before we forget. I wanted to just kind of give an update on the Courtyard Master Plan. And we did make an effort on that. We do have an internal product that we reviewed, but during that review, we really started thinking about, was it all encompassing? Were we considering other sites? It addressed a lot of the shortfalls that we're seeing with the current site, with inefficiencies for the water, wastewater, parks. Internally, we also tried to capture some needs from the other tenants on the site, and the other development that's coming in around there. But we also, wanted to do a little more holistic review of that before we bring it forward. So that effort is we're trying to move that forward. And I think, Councilmember Healy, the structure I think you're referring to, that's alongside of, I don't know if it's the actual building, but if it's the concrete kind of basins that are there between COTS and Caulfield, that is part of currently our emergency overflow if something goes wrong with that PIPS force main. And it's something I think we need to phase after we finish that secondary force main that we're hoping to get started in 2022. But yeah, we do plan on bringing that forward once we're able to kind of do this holistic review. And then on the wayfinding, I did attend a kickoff meeting with a contractor who's doing that initiative for us. I know Ken Eichstadt is involved with PVAC on that as that comes forward, and we'll keep them updated. I mean, that really is the first step of understanding, how we want to build out the wayfinding. And I totally agreement. We should build that into the future years. You're probably going to see something, if not this year, then the next building further out. I mean, we're going to on the wayfinding piece, but getting that plan in place is very important. Emergency generators, police department already has one. It's just inadequate for their facility, and it's aging. And we are exploring what we can do with battery backup, with the solar and in general. So we are working on that as well, exploring those options. And I think I'll stop there and for now.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I missed you earlier. Okay, so go on to Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I didn't realize when I first asked my question that we were commenting, and I just have a few. One is I also am excited by the number of capital improvement projects that are budgeted for this fiscal year and beyond in such a wide variety of areas that I just think it's very positive, and it's nice to have some money for a change. But I do want to speak to a couple of these items that were raised and addressed. With regard to a dredging fund, I don't know that we'll necessarily be able to address that in this budget, but it's something that I support as well. It is looking pretty likely that that's going to be a task that the city is going to undertake. And I don't know whether the Biden measure will have money that we can set aside, but I think it's something that we really need to look at in the budget for the next fiscal year to begin building it to the point when dredging is needed. We have enough funding to go out and get it done. It's not lost on me in the little bit that I've been downtown how wonderful the river looks and how many people are on it after a long haul of not having that at all. So I strongly support that. I also agree with front loading if we can. As soon as possible, the fire station on the west side, fire station number 1. That's something we've been talking about since I've been on the council. That's something we were talking about long before I was on the council. And the last point, specific point I want to make is I think starting the skate park discussion with design and allocating the money is something I certainly support. I did hear the speaker's last meeting at our goals, and I think it's important to look at that. But I also want to push back on the baseball field quite a bit. And Councilmember McDonald spoke to it in the history, but this has been a capital improvement project in our budget every year I've been on the council. It was probably in the budget prior to that. Funding has been identified. This is a city of 62,000 people, and we do not have a baseball field, a full baseball field. And while many people come down to city council and speak at meetings, and I respect the fact that people show up and they email us, one thing that we have to remember is that there are probably 60,000 people over the course of their lives. And granted, some of them are kids, so drop it to the 50,000 range, who never comment on things. They just live here. And one group of those people are the parents and the kids that use these fields. And they are in the thousands. They are literally in the thousands. And because they don't come down and organize particularly well, I will say, we shouldn't ignore those needs either. And the history of the community sports field was laid out by Councilmember McDonald in terms of the soccer fields being dedicated in March of 2015 with the plan in place to build a baseball field next to it. And I wholly support that. And I'm glad we have the funding for it. It's long overdue, long overdue. As far as McNair Park, I concur with you, Councilmember Barnacle. We had a little back and forth at the last meeting. I love McNair Park, but it's going to take a huge amount of money that we are going to have to plan for. And quite frankly, you're going to have to, you or any of us are going to have to deal with the neighborhood, because that's going to be what you're talking about is a huge change for that neighborhood. And that's a neighborhood that, if you don't want to talk about history, I'll talk about history. Historically pushes back on any change to that park. I won't list all their battles over the years. But as someone who's lived in that neighborhood for 30 years, this is not going to be an easy lift. So I would like to see it in the future. I love McNair Park. It would be great to have that grandstand rebuilt. It would be great to actually use that baseball field where a kid could go on there without, having a serious threat of an ACL tear or a ripped up ankle. But that takes a lot of money, and we don't have it right now in our budget. So I would like to put that into the future, and it may take a lot of private money to do it, and we need to support those people, and because it's happened in the past, we need to support those people that come forward with private money and not leave them hanging, which is what happened probably about 6-7 years ago or less. So those are my comments, and I'm again very impressed with the depth of the presentations on the capital improvement plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ingrid Alberti.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to jump in. I know Councilmember Fisher had questions about parks maps and facilities, and I just wanted to point you to a page on our website, cityofpetaluma.org/parks map. There's a comprehensive map with each of our park facilities, open spaces, and then underneath it, there's a matrix of all of the amenities that are available at each of those locations. So just if anyone wants to check that out, it's there.
Thank you.
Can I just pop in? It just needs a little updating. It's my point.
Gotcha. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you knew it was there. I think we probably looked at it maybe right before we did the Measure U survey.
Thank you. I see Drew Halter has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just wanted to, again, kind of step in and acknowledge Councilmember Fisher's good points that she's making. And to back up Ingrid, there were some layers of park mapping that we were tinkering with or exploring with, really to facilitate that group discussion. We had it out on boards and tables, and I think I know Councilmember Fisher was there to see that. And those, there's a lot of improvement there, and there's our kind of stagnant documents where you can kind of look through. If you're interested in dog parks, here's your map. If you're interested in playgrounds, here's yours. But what we really need to move for is more of that interactive, where you can find all of this information in one place, layer it yourself. I was excited to go through and see Jason's presentation tonight. Definitely piqued my interest. He's got some maps there with those management analysts that he has in his department, not to mention any names, Aaron Zavala and others, that have these tools in GIS. And I'm really excited to work with him. And you're right, point well taken, to update and refresh these maps to really tell our story better. So thank you for those.
That's a good point. And I'll just jump into that. One of the reclassified positions in information technology actually is for a GIS specialist that can help us enhance that mapping capability.
Vice Mayor, you have your hand up again.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify something. The people who show up, Councilmember King, the people who show up don't have representation. The fact that we're redoing turfs and we've got new baseball fields and all these things, they're represented. They're fully represented. The reason why people show up to talk about the skate park is because they don't have that representation here, or we would be acting on it. So if they didn't have baseball fields, or if those baseball fields were, unusable, if kids were spraining their ankles every time they played, we'd be hearing from them.
Okay, Council Member McDonald, and then we're going to go to general public comment, or to public comment on this item.
Just a note of appreciation to Ingrid for bringing up, and Drew, to the fact how old some maps are. Well, and the bike maps fall into that category, and I want to make that point. But that's the difference between a city that doesn't have the resources to keep going on, and things get behind. Hopefully now we've turned a corner, and we do have better communication with people on every front, including electronic front. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Okay, with that, I am going to ask our city clerk if she has received any public comment on this item.
Madam Mayor, we received 7 public comments prior to the meeting, which are posted with the agenda packet.
Thank you. And I would like to ask our moderator, Patrick Carter, I would like to open public comment now and let him call people up who would like to speak on this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom. And thank you for the patience for those who have had their hands up a very long time. If they were not virtual hands, your arms would be very tired. So thank you so much for your patience. First speaker is Ezra Lamesh, followed by Janice Cater-Thompson. And again, you have a 3-minute timer. So Ezra, you may go first. You may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Okay. My name is Ezra Lamesh, and I will be addressing the Petaluma Skate Park. I'm 15 years old, and I attend Casa Grande High School. And as a member of the skateboarding community, I feel that a new skate park is something that Petaluma needs. Our current skate park is outdated, and I guess I'd say it's boring. It's very small, and it's hard to fit people in that want to ride. A new park with like a bigger design or more efficient design would benefit the community. I think people don't realize there's a lot of skaters in Petaluma, and a park would be very appreciated. I think that if there was a park that was better designed, less skaters would skate in other places, like in business parking lots, and get in the way. I think that it's really something that should be pushed for. And I want to thank Brian Barnacle for standing with the skaters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ezra. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker is Janice Cater-Thompson, followed by Eric Leland. Janice, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Okay, great, thanks. This is really interesting discussion, and it is really good work, but I want to talk about the ADA. I understand why most of the ADA is being done on the west side because of a legal suit from the past, but I just want to bring up across the street from the Petaluma Community Center, south and going south, it is extremely dangerous. And I urge people, especially the city council, you need to go in this area and look at it. If you're in a wheelchair, or if you're even walking, or if you're pushing like a child in a stroller, you go down in certain areas and you are literally on the street. And it is extremely dangerous. And I'd like to see at least that area put into this CIP for this coming year. And also there's just so much more ADA up and down McDowell. And then the other thing is, I really would like to see Rainier as a road diet. People speed all the time. You had kids in the middle of the night doing donuts on Rainier, and it's really dangerous. And I think it's a perfect road for a road diet, and it would be quite a benefit. And I definitely support skateboard park, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Janice. Next speaker is Eric Leland, followed by Ben Peters. Eric, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you. First, I wanted to thank Chief Savano and city staff and the council for your hard work to invest in this Cahoots-style non-police crisis response service for Petaluma, and also for all the staff for pulling this presentation together. This is a huge amount of work, so thank you. My comment refers to page 54 of the presentation. That regards the police department workforce stabilization budget item for a civilian mental health specialist. I asked the council to please stipulate that this budget item is temporary and that this specialist would phase out or transfer under the control of the non-police crisis response team. Basically, in order to have a high quality of service and to build trust in our community, which are two major goals of this pilot project, the mental health professionals responding to crisis should be hired and directed by our non-police crisis response partner, who's going to be Petaluma People Services. I understand that there's a transition, and as noted in tonight's presentation, potentially a gap to fill in crisis response services as Petaluma People Services ramps up their program. That's understandable. But as this gap closes, there will be no more need for this position under the police. I urge the council to stipulate that this position under the police is time limited, for example, 6 months, and that the mental health expertise engaged in the crisis response system fully transfers to our non-police crisis response team under Petaluma People Services. You know, part of the success of this pilot is to demonstrate that our expert non-police crisis response team can and does handle mental health crisis with high quality. This pilot project should reduce the burden on the police for handling these mental health crises. That's the point. The project should be enhancing trust in the community, and having a mental health professional hired by the police, directed by the police, responding to crisis does little to achieve that particular goal. You know, in summary, the money we invest in mental health crisis response should be directed at the non-police crisis response service that we are contracting with. So that's key. On another topic, I want to triple underscore the need for a parks master plan in the manner that Councilmember Fisher described it. This is particularly important. And I'd like to double underscore what Vice Mayor Barnacle stated about participation in these council meetings. It's often people who are not represented who find this to be their only place to find representation for their issue, to come and speak out. I think it's really important to emphasize it, that's an amazing value benefit of why a lot of us are here. Thank you so much for your work on this.
Thank you for your comments, Eric. Next speaker is Ben Peters, followed by Anna S. Ben, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening, everyone. On the topic of old maps, I just want to say the streets I grew up on, Petaluma, in the 1980s had dirt sidewalks. And if you look at those maps today, we still have dirt sidewalks. And on that map is an affordable housing community. And so if you map where we have the poor sidewalks, there's going to be a correlation to where the poor people live. And so when we're talking about ADA improvements, sidewalk improvements, trail improvements, I see low-income veterans every day in their wheelchairs driving into the middle of the road because they can't have their wheelchair in the dirt because there's no sidewalk. This is Petaluma in 2021. And so there is an equity issue. It needs to be solved at all levels. And let's start with a map of where the poor and vulnerable in our community live. And let's look at that map every day and let's focus our services toward those people. On the topic of the generators, I just want to offer a couple points of advice. And so I confirmed with the CEO of Sonoma Clean Power that they'd be more than happy to help specify the energy needs of facility and then help with the procurement of technology to meet those energy needs. And understand that's a very different process than talking with a consultant and specifying the type of energy generator that you want to go buy and then put out a bid. And then in your staff report, it's very limited in the types of responses and that the technology that's potentially alternative is not sufficient. So we've been down that path before. I'm very happy to see the green lawnmowers. I'm very happy to see the paratransit vehicles. All these things that in the staff report said couldn't be done, we're now doing. So thank you. I appreciate that. With the $800,000 of generators, we could buy every member in our community battery backup, a personal battery backup to ride out PSPS events. We could buy 50 Tesla power walls to put in every public facility community building. And so please, please do not purchase those generators. What you need to do is have the climate coordinator spearhead that and take those projects to both the climate committee and the technology committee so that the public can increase awareness about these issues. There's a lot to cover here in this budget, but I really appreciate you guys. I know you're doing hard work, but we need to keep climate and equity in the forefront of our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ben. Next speaker is Anna S., followed by Patrick Mundy. Anna, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
I recently learned that the city of Petaluma proposes to spend approximately $4.8 million on baseball fields and maintenance out of its annual budget, and somewhere around $200,000 for parks. I think this needs to be examined as an area where our city can improve racial equity in how we allocate public money. The majority of Petaluma's young baseball participants are white. While there are girls' little league and softball teams, locally the sport is also predominantly male. This budget discriminates against girls by favoring baseball over swimming and soccer, two sports more likely to have girl participants. There are plenty of other youth sports in town, such as soccer, tennis, swimming, and specifically skateboarding. If the budget for baseball is 30 times the amount for any other activity, and the recipients of this funding are overwhelmingly white boys, there is no racial or gender equity in this budgeting decision. Furthermore, it discriminates by age against both the very young and seniors. For example, I joined the Petaluma Mothers Club when my son was born. In my role as a member and volunteer, I helped to clean up 2 city parks. We helped to clean up Kenilworth Park by the library and Walnut Park downtown. As part of the Walnut Park effort, the PMC also unveiled a new shade structure that they helped secure funding for, tooting their horn about how exciting it was to be able to accomplish a goal that cost $2,500. At the time, I thought the city was so broke that it needed new moms to fundraise to be able to sit in the shade around a 10-foot sandbox in one city park. The seating in the shade provides room for about 4 people at a time, and I remember feeling excited that I too could be one of those 4 people who might benefit from the shade on sunny days at Walnut Park. Little did I know that millions of dollars was spent annually to keep baseball well-funded at the expense of these city parks. This also illustrates that spending $200,000 on parks discriminates against Petaluma's youngest residents. The majority of park users are parents and caregivers with their children who are from 0 to 5. Since study after study reiterates that the most influential times of a person's life are from 0 to 5, we can see how having adequate parks enhances quality of life in a measurable way. This budget discriminates against our elderly population as well. If you want to know where our seniors are exercising, go visit the Petaluma Swim Center any day. Every day is filled with swimmers, most age 60 and up. The pool is so popular that the swim signups fill up within 15 minutes of opening up online. What Petaluma needs is a heated indoor pool, one that can help our senior population do what they need to do, which is usually walk and exercise in a heated pool. Racial equity starts with access to services that benefit more than just one population. Baseball is great, and I completely support kids playing baseball. However, it should not have 30 times the support of any other sport in town and only benefit mainly one population of people. This disproportionate support for baseball disenfranchises our youngest Petalumans, seniors, Latinx, and BIPOC youth who are more likely to play soccer and use a skate park. This is why I completely support building a new skate park in town, something like the one in Healdsburg at the Carson Warner Skate Park. Measure M funds seem like a great opportunity to really enhance our offerings for youth in the city by building a new skate park. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Next speaker is Patrick Mundy, followed by Blake Hooper. Patrick, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you, and a huge thanks to all the city staff for putting this presentation together. It's my first deep dive into this process, and I really appreciate the effort of organizing it. My first comment relates to the infrastructure and roads multimodal goal, and if Gina Benedetti is still on the call, I just want to thank you for highlighting road diets and especially bike boulevards, and also echo Vice Mayor Barnacle's comments about investing in the bike culture, which, among many other things, will definitely help us with our climate goals. So I'd love to see more of that. I also am pleased with the transit improvement programs, but I note that on the main pie, the transit slice is almost indistinguishable from a line. And I strongly encourage the City Council to, going forward, make efforts to increase the transit pie slice size. I think that will have a lot to do with equity. I also would love to echo Eric Leland's comments made moments ago about the mental health position on the police department. It's a critical thing for building public trust. Words that came right out of Chief Savano's mouth moments before announcing that position be temporary and ultimately transition to the actual mental health providing organization. With the balance of my time, I probably don't need to remind the City Council that if you type www.cityofpetaluma.org, the first thing that you will see on the webpage is a banner that reads diversion, equity, and inclusion, followed by climate change. And in particular, the equity issue is gaining a lot of focus in this discussion with respect to the parks budget. And you know, as someone who's Measure U tax dollars and Measure M tax revenues are going to flow right into the city of Petaluma, I also double underscore and advocate a parks master plan that has a multi-year visibility. I love baseball, so I don't want to see baseball go away, but I have to say, as just a general person looking at the 30x ratio that Anna just mentioned, it doesn't feel like equity. And so, you know, if there was a way to say that we would see additional funding in the 22-23 year, 23-24 year for development of alternatives, that might help a bit with the optics. So again, equity lens and parks master plan would be a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Next speaker is Blake Hooper, followed by Ruth Abed. Blake, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I just wanted to start by thanking city staff tonight for the thorough presentation. That is seriously a beautiful slide deck, if I've ever seen one for a city budget presentation. And I also really wanted to thank the council for the thorough discussion tonight. I know this has been a very long meeting. I'm making a comment tonight as a pedestrian bicycle advisory committee member, and I specifically wanted to call out the budget items for wayfinding, bicycle boulevards, the quick improvement projects, and the bike master plan. I'm really grateful to see these projects listed, but one thing that I really want to call out that has been a frustration both tonight and in frankly months of PBAC meetings has been kind of a lack of clarity on timeline or process when it comes to these projects, or really even community engagement on where they're being prioritized. I think it was a few meetings back, there was discussion on the need for an active transit committee. What we really need is to allow PBAC to be that committee and give it the funding and the staff to do that work. And for that matter, to allow us to at least help in this process, because for a while now, it seems like these things are either in process or potentially on the budget, but there's no really guiding force as to how much help the community might be able to bring to speeding that process along. I certainly wouldn't want to see this turn into something like the ballparks where we're 10 years out and still talking about wayfinding. And with that in mind, I also wanted to give serious gratitude for there being another GIS specialist reported for the project. Our bike mapping, especially for our routes, has been pretty terrible. But that also goes back to needing a bike master plan. We talk about needing these active transit improvements, but yet this one document that we need to interlink with both what we're doing in transit and what we're doing with the county is still something that's kind of up in the air. So I really just wanted to drill that down as someplace that needs a priority. And finally, I just also wanted to say that if we're talking about building a biking culture, much like the vice mayor had pointed out, the skate park seems like a perfect project to prioritize. You have to start young. And skate parks here can be a great way for young people to really see alternative means of transit as not just being this chore that is important from getting to from point A to point B, but also being this way of having fun. And I appreciate ballparks, but it seems like for a long-term climate future, we really need to be prioritizing projects that help get us to our long-term goals. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Blake. Next speaker is Ruth Abed, followed by John Hanania. Ruth, hopefully I pronounced your name right. You may begin your comments after you unmute yourself.
Hi, yes, actually you did a good job with my name, thank you. I want to talk about the skate park, but I want to divide it to the new skate park and to the old skate park. So first of all, about the new one, thank you, I think it's needed because skate park today is the new playground. You know, kids at a certain age, they don't go anymore to playground. And the skate park became to be the only place that they can do independent playing with no adult telling them what to do and to grow up, and we all understand how important it is. The second thing is while you're building the new skate park, please remember, the skaters community divided for two. There's the scooters kids and the skateboard kids, but they're all one community, and we need to think about both of them. Because since, you know, Razor, little kids also play in the skate park, and there needs to be a place for the skateboard and the scooters kids. Now, while I'm very happy about the new skate park, let me tell you guys, for 2 years now, I'm sitting every day in the old skate park for 3 hours on the cement, me and my friends. Seriously, every day you can come and see me. I look like part of the graffiti over there. What I'm saying, guys, is we want to help rebuild the old skate park. We have patience for the new one, but meanwhile, let us parents, and I'm talking with a lot of parents, we are willing to put money and time to help clean the graffiti and put a good coat of paint. We want benches. And guys, you know, after you sit for 3 hours on the cement and you drink coffee and you're looking at kids, you do need to go to the restroom. Guess what? There's no one over there. And it's problematic because we are taking care of our kids. We're looking at them while they're skating. So just want to say it again, the old skate park, let's not kill him yet. Let's rebuild it, let's clean it. And you know what? If we will make it a project, we can also make the kids help us do it. And that can be a community work or something like that. Now, we're already talking to Drew, and he's very helpful to help us to make this thing happen. In the last time that remained for me, I just want to say, the skate park, it's a place that if you will come there at 5 o'clock, you will see so many kids in different age and a group of parents that sit them and having fun and talking. But again, we do sit on the cement. So that's all I wanted to say. We need the skate park. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ruth. Next speaker is John Hanania, followed by Susan Kirks. John, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Good evening. Let's start, first of all, with what I said a couple of months ago. If you guys recall when I said words can lie, actions speak louder than words. So I want to say a special thank you to Mike Healy for making my point very clear this evening. When he said that you guys been talking about the firehouse 10 years ago, and here you go, you're still talking about it. If you have the land that was donated to you and you spend endless of money doing the research, why isn't it done? Okay, that's one. Two, when we talk about the police department, somebody mentioned the generator. I think the police department, it's important to have a very good generator. A police department cannot operate when the power is down and they don't have a very good generator. So that is a must, okay? But I don't agree with the almost $500,000 that need to be fix a building that you don't know what you're gonna do with. 1 minute, Peggy Flynn says it's gonna be remodeled. It'll be much better place to work in after the remodel. Then Brian Barnacle make a good point about why we're spending that money. You know, then all of a sudden she changed her mind. And you guys go back and listen, you'll see. All of a sudden it's emergency. So here I am making a very special request. I like to know these emergency. I like to see them in writing. I like for them to be sent to my house, okay? Not through an email. The city have my address. I like to know what emergency is she talking about, okay?
when you're talking about the kids, there's not enough in Petaluma for the kids to do. I still remember when the city came down so hard on the kids at the Putnam Plaza, they wanted to get rid of them. I put together one of the biggest meetings that you can think of that took place at the Phoenix Theater, which is everybody attended, health district, school district, most of the council member at the time. And there was a lot of things, positive things came out of it. So the city of Petaluma need to do more for the younger generation. It was a good thing when they built the skate park, but it definitely need to be improved. As the lady before me have said, you can rebuild it while you're waiting to build a new one. But you definitely need to do something about the public safety center. All your fire department need to be redone. The police department need to be redone. And unfortunately, I'm out of time. Good night.
Thank you for your comments, John. Next speaker is Susan Kirks, followed by Sheila Baker. Susan, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you. Good evening. I just like to segue with the last speaker, Mr. Hanania. I actually hadn't planned to talk about this, but in terms of budgeting, I had the opportunity to go and visit the Public Safety Center, not inside, but the general area for the Public Safety Center in San Rafael. And I just think we're losing an opportunity to really move forward, and for you as elected officials and leaders to look at how to build a new public safety complex for our community and use a portion of the fairgrounds to do it, and advise your staff that's what you want to do, and find out what the funding sources are and how we can do that. That addresses fire and community safety for policing, and also could accommodate the CAHOOTS program. Anyway, so there's that. But I also wanted to make a couple of general comments based on what some of you have said from the dais this evening. Ever since Vice Mayor Barnacle and Council Member Posake were elected, I've really seen a real increase in participation at the city council meetings, and I really appreciate that. And I also appreciate Vice Mayor Barnacle on the Parks and Rec Commission. That's a commission whose meetings I have attended, usually being the only member of the public for maybe 9 years now. So just kind of think about that, a member of the public for 9 years going to these meetings. And since he's become the liaison, there have been many more people coming to those meetings, speaking up. And I just think it's important to acknowledge you as elected officials when it's clear that you're authentic, you're representing the community, and you really want to involve everyone in the community. And I want you to know how much I appreciate that. And lastly, I'd like to say that when I was a candidate for the city council, one of my priorities, based on my 21 years of experience in this particular community, related to the need to develop policy around open space, priorities, funding sources, and community participation, not like what we have had in the community for the past 21 years. So hearing that someone is suggesting a parks master plan, and Councilmember Fisher has reminded us all tonight that she's the one who suggested it first. I'd just like to say to all of you that, you know, there's a lot of history about parks, recreation, and open space in this community, and it's a good thing to review history and understand it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Susan. Next speaker is Sheila Baker, followed by Bodie Freeman. Sheila, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Wow, thank you. I just want to thank and compliment every public commenter before me. I think all of the comments have been so absolutely fabulous, and I agree with every one of them. I just want to hit on some bicycling issues and stuff. The skate park is so used by skaters, yes, young scooter users, and also BMX sports. users. And so bicycling is such a diverse sport in itself, and it's used not only for sports, but also for transportation and for, just all kinds of things and reasons and exercise. But as far as a skate park, I would love to see a skate, and I want that skate park to design so that it can accommodate all of it, of the BMX bike users, and also the scooters, and also the skaters. And I think we can be really, really proud of something and really know that we are representing, yes, equity for all of our youth and youthful minded people. Thanks. And then I just want to take a minute to plug in the Corona overpass. I never really thought about it until today, that what a perfect, crosstown connector. I'm sorry. The Corona crosstown connector is such a perfect idea for bicyclists and walkers to get across town. I think it's perfect because there you have the train station and you have some traditionally really rough spots and places that can be fixed and used. We had, as Vice Mayor Barnacle reminded us, someone who was unfortunately killed on the overpass, and that was John Casey. And so May 19th, I believe 7 p.m., the Wheelmen are sponsoring the silent ride to be at the Walnut Park. And they do want people to be registered as wheelmen, but I did. I went ahead and registered as a wheelman for the first time in 9 years being here. And so I do want to participate in that ride. I think it's important to honor the memory of those killed on bicycling, while bicycling. And so that would be John Casey, killed on the Corona overpass, and also Valeria Estrada, killed on Lakeville while riding his bike by a big semi truck. So
I'm sorry, I have to cut you off there, Sheila. Your time had run out. Bodie Freeman, followed by Josh Simmons. Bodie, you may. Okay, they need to be promoted to a panelist because they don't have the newer version of Zoom. Okay, so I'm going to promote Bodie to a panelist. And you may, Bodie, now that you're a panelist, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, I'm Bodie, and I believe a new skate park is very much needed in Petaluma. A skate park in Petaluma will keep kids healthier mentally and physically. It is overdue by the skate park nearly being 40 years old, with little to nothing to skate due to outdated design. The skaters in town are tired of the skate park. Are just skating in parking garages, almost getting ran over trying to skate a curb. When we try to skate something that is up to date, it is in front of a building, which ends up with us getting kicked out. Please reconsider budget of the skate park and the baseball field. I would also like to say if there could be more regulation over the Rainier, with just people speeding through it, whether it's like speed bumps or stop signs. And I would also like to appreciate Brian Barnacle for advocating for the skaters. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Bodie. I'm going to put you back as an attendee. All right, and our next speaker is Josh Simmons. Josh, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, City Council, city staff. This is my first time really participating in this process, and the amount of work that's gone into it is truly incredible. And the work was, I could make sense of it, which I really appreciate. So there are just a few things. I'll try to make this brief. I wanted to echo a couple of the other comments that I've heard here. First, along the lines of empowering the committees that that the city already has. It sounds like the pedestrian bicycle advisory committee is a really powerful vehicle that could be even more useful for the city in looking at active transit and things like that. I wanted to echo previous commenter mentioning about the Corona crosstown connector, which would just be fabulously useful. The thing that is most salient to me that I've heard tonight is really the advocacy about the skate park. And I think it's just so cool to hear people coming out in force for that. So I want to commend them, but also to say that the discussion that's cropped up around that and around the amount of resources going into baseball fields versus other uses of the parks. It's clear that more time and thought needs to be put into this, and it seems appropriate to not only invest in the skate park, but also get on with the parks master plan. It seems time to take the long view here. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments, Josh. And that is the last hand we have raised, Madam Mayor. So I'll turn it back to you to close public comment. Oh, it looks like we just got one right at the buzzer.
Okay, I haven't closed public comment yet, so please go ahead.
All right, so David Powers, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments. David?
There I am. Thank you.
There you
go. Madam Mayor and the City Council, as City Manager, I just want to thank everyone for such a complete presentation of all of the complex issues that are before the city tonight. And this is really where the dollars kind of come into play. It's been an amazingly thorough presentation of an amazingly wide array of projects. However, I'd like to say I've kind of lost track of how many people the city staff has proposed hiring in the staff portion of the presentation tonight. And it is also jumped out at me that the CIP proposed expenditures in both of these categories, there's only one single mention of a proposed staff person to deal with the overriding climate issues at a high level within our local government here. So my question is, how will these climate changes that are coming right at us, which is a city priority with our Climate Action Commission and the framework, how will they be addressed within each department? A single position sitting in the city manager's office doesn't really suggest to me that the city is going to be able to adequately address all of these various complex issues, considering the essence and considering the investment that's necessary in this single most pressing challenge that faces us, both in terms of the urgency and the equity within our community. This issue is a major public concern. It's clear that these voices are becoming more audible within the community. I encourage the city, as it looks at these allocations, to allocating its assets across all the departments to address climate change, not only at the master plan level, which we've heard a lot about tonight, but also at the level of daily decisions that are really where the policies become a reality. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, David. Next speaker is Leonette Mixis. Leonette, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you. I stand as a commenter on behalf of the skate park. The Petaluma Skate Park is in disrepair, and to be better put, like Vice Mayor Barnacle had mentioned, is notoriously a spleen remover. There should be a prioritized allocation of the city budget towards the park, as well as renovating the current status of the park. What has already been stated, there are no proper basic amenities like toilets or benches. The concrete is falling apart, and it has become the most challenging park to venture and actively participate in Sonoma County. After witnessing the efforts of the skaters represent and elevate the skate park to a priority at the city council workshops, I would love to see the design process and more adamant efforts from the council come to fruition. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. And that, I believe, is the last hand raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll close public comment. And can I get someone on the council to make a motion that we go beyond 11 o'clock?
So moved.
I'll second. Okay, so do we need a vote on that, City Clerk?
Looking at city attorney, we do sometimes and we don't other times.
You can ask if there are objections, Madam Mayor, or call for roll call.
Are there any objections? Seeing no one raise their hand, we will continue past 11 o'clock. Okay, thank you very much. And so we have had a lot of discussion here at council, and I really have to say, I very much appreciate all the people who have sat through this discussion and given your comments. I know that it's a long process, but it is really important that we do hear from you and that you do have a voice at this workshop. So I haven't weighed in yet, and I would just like to do so now. You know, the discussion here today has a very different tone than we have had at most of our workshops and our discussions, in that we're talking about all the good things that can be coming to Petaluma in the future. We're not talking about all the things that we need to immediately stop and change and have you know, become better and more inclusive. So I just want to say that I think we need to recognize that. Many people through the last few months have been talking about need for a skate park. And I have been championing that to support people I've known who are probably of the older generation than the people who are talking now, who were early skateboarders and wanted more. So I am absolutely in favor of that. And I think that that is something we absolutely need to have the discussion about when we set our priorities and goals in June, the second part of our goal setting session. But I want to just let everybody know, if they aren't aware of it, that there's $150,000 included in the budget this year for planning. And you have to plan, and you have to get a site for it to make sure we can move this forward. So this work is being started, you know, so I just, and I know we're all impatient, and I totally understand that, but we are moving forward with that in this budget. I would also really like to thank staff, and this is again something that people have constantly complained about in the community, and we have heard it, and our staff has included a baseline fossil fuel inventory in this budget. And I think that might be another first, you know, that I have never seen anything like that. We do not have that in our budget at the Air District, which is all about fossil fuel work. So, you know, I think that we really are very lucky to be in the place we're in, and it is because of the contributions of the people in our community and the dedication of our staff and the strong will of our council. So I think those things we have, and of course, measure you, as Councilmember Kane pointed out at the beginning. We are now at a nexus where we're fighting about how to spend the money. And we didn't used to have those choices before. But Councilmember McDonald made a really good point. It does not serve our community in coming together to make zero-sum games. You don't have to do away with the baseball fields in order to get the skating park. You don't have to do away with one thing in order to get another. We can all work together and make these things work. And that's where we're going to be setting our priorities. And we have that work ahead of us. So I just want to thank everybody. But before we close this meeting, I would like to ask Corey, our finance director, about what are the next steps for this budget.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett. So we will be coming back to council on June 7th with the first reading of the ordinances. And then the second and final reading will be the last meeting in June.
Thank you very much. And with that, we are adjourned for the evening. So thank you to everybody.
Madam Mayor, we do need to open general public comment still on items not on the agenda.
Too soon, or maybe too late. Yes, did you receive any general public comment on today's?
One general public comment, which is posted with the agenda packet.
Thank you. And so Patrick, I will ask you to see if there's anybody in attendance who would like to speak on items not on today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to start the 30-second timer. If you're interested in speaking on matters not on the agenda, please raise your hand now. And at the end of the timer, we'll see how many hands we have so we can divide the time accordingly. Members of the public, as I mentioned, please raise your hand in Zoom. We'll call on you in turn. You'll have either 2 or 3 minutes in which to give your comments. Just a reminder that you will be muted when your time expires or when your comments have concluded, whichever comes first. And speakers are encouraged to be respectful. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. And if you're unable to get your comments in by the end of this timer, please submit your comments to the city clerk at cityofpetaluma.org. So we have one hand raised, and that is John Hanania. So let me reset this to 3 minutes. And John, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
It's funny when it's the end of the night, I get all 3 minutes. But when it's the beginning of the night, when everybody's attending the meeting, the time is cut out. One of the things I want to touch base on, a couple of meetings ago, I mentioned that the meeting is not conducted fairly, and Mike Healy jumped to say otherwise. I'd like to remind you, Mike Healy, if you go back and look, when I asked previously in one of the meetings under item on the agenda to have somebody yield their time to me, Teresa Barrett declined. And if you would like to confirm that, I spoke with Mr. Posuke twice about that issue. And the first time he told me he's going to talk to her and find out why she did that and get back to me, which is he never did. So the next time I had a conversation with him, I said, what happened? And he also said to me that he's going to talk to her and get back to me. So when I tell you the meetings are not conducted fairly, I'm not making things up. And if you recall, 2 meetings ago, somebody was able to get hold of Teresa Barrett during the meeting because the husband wanted to speak. I thought you're supposed to have your phones off during the meetings, but obviously it was somebody important to Teresa that she had to tell Patrick, oh, they contacted me, it's the husband who's gonna speak. So when I tell you there's wishy-washy, I'm not making things up. And I hope to God that you will look and see the meeting I'm talking about when she declined to have other people yield their time to me on an item that was on the agenda. And for someone with your caliber, Mike Healy, it shouldn't be a problem for you to find it. And if you can't find it, Mr. Postake may be able to help you. And if he still can't find it, I'll be more than happy to give you a hand find it. And the other thing, I think you guys need to do a better job to encourage people to come forward and speak. You seem like you are depriving people from speaking, or you are not interested to hear what the people have to say, especially if it's something that doesn't go along with what you would like to hear. But the next meeting, there's some positive things that I will bring to you. And now, good night.
Thank you for those comments, John. And that is the last hand we have raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And with that, we'll close general public comment. And now I will say good evening to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
Bye-bye.